Ready? Or staff, do we need a minute or two? Sounds like we're good. So let's go ahead and get started for this morning. As a reminder, if you're carrying a cell phone, you hear that echo? I'll try it again. As a reminder, if you're carrying a cell phone, computer, two-way radio, other sound device, we ask that you silence it at this time to minimize disruption of today's meeting. Okay, we will go ahead and do our call to order with the echo. District 1.
I'm here. There it goes. Here we go. And good day, everyone. And Patrice Horseman, District 1 is present. And I just want to say we are going to cheer our Diamondbacks on to victory. I am wearing the jersey from the 2001 World Series because I know we'll be back in that World Series. So great to be here this morning.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. District 2, Jeronimo Vasquez. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here and look forward to a good meeting. District 3, Supervisor Ryan is not here today due to health reasons, not concerns. Just healing up from hip injury or surgery, excuse me. And then District 4, please.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being in attendance here for the staff that are here and others that are on the call and staff that are with us too. I'm here today and we also need to support the Suns. Yay, Suns.
All right, and District 5, Supervisor Fowler is not with us this morning, but may join us later on in the afternoon.
So I have to ask Supervisor Begay, where's your uniform?
No one told me we had to wear uniforms today.
All right, thank you, ladies. And now if we can please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, we'll now have call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. If you have a comment regarding a public hearing item, please wait until we get to that item and open the public hearing to provide your comment. We will take the public comments from those in the room first and then take public comments from those who have joined virtually. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comment.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. At this time, if there's anyone that has joined us in person and would like to provide a comment, you can go ahead and make your way up to the podium. Or we also have comment cards. If you just want to write a comment and not read it, we will also take that for the record as well. And if you've joined us virtually and you want to provide a public comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that hand, it will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, we have no one in person that wants to do a public comment. So we will just give a couple more seconds for those that have joined virtually. And at this time, Chair Vasquez, there are no hands raised virtually as well.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like we have no public comment at this time. So we will be moving on to the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. All my matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that board members want to consider separately? Vice Chair Begay.
Chair Vasquez, I would like to take number item aside.
Which item?
Number 3.
Number 3. Thank you. All right. Are there any other items that need to be considered? Yes, County Manager.
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends that we separate, actually, we're going to postpone item number 9. That is the workforce development contract or award of RFP. That'll be pushed to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right. Are there any other items to be considered or to be pulled? All right, in that case, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda, items 1 through 20, minus number 3 and minus number 9? Supervisor Horstman.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. We have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. So now, moving on from our consent agenda, or number 3, we need to talk about number 3. So, Vice Chair Begay, would you like to read and discuss number 3, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. For number 3, it's a consideration and possible action to reappoint Beth Verstrate to the Flagstaff City Coconino County Library Board for a term to expire on October 31st, 2026. And this vacancy came about when one of the members resigned, which is Harriet Young. And Harriet was her term expired in this month. So that's the reason why we're putting this forth to ask for reappoint Beth to this position, because after Harriet resigned, then she was put in there for a short time. And also, I'd like to thank Harriet for her services and anyone that participates in any of the organizational boards or, committees, I really greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else to speak about this item? Is the appointee here?
She is not currently on the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to say something on about this subject?
If I may, Chair.
Supervisor Horstman.
Just very briefly, first and foremost, I know Harriet Young has been a longtime member of the library board, so wanted to thank her for her service. And as Supervisor Begay pointed out, we really look to members of our community to really take a leadership role in a lot of our boards and commissions. It's absolutely essential for us to be able to provide the services and the quality of services we do because of the work of our volunteers and community members who step up. So thanks to Harriet Young for that, for her long years and commitment, and to Beth for stepping up and for putting her name forward to be on the City County Library Board. So congratulations, Beth.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Vice Chair Begay.
I'd like to make a motion. There are no other questions.
I didn't have a question, but I just wanted to reiterate that I appreciate all that my colleagues have said about the volunteers on the library board, and want to thank Harriet Young for her service, and thank Beth for reappointing to continue this service, these library services to our community, especially in the most rural areas. And so this is a very important service, and we're just grateful for the continued support from the community through volunteering. So with that said, Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm a member of the library board currently, so I would like to, at this time, make a motion to reappoint Beth Verstratis to the Flagstaff City Coconino County Library Board for a term to expire October 31st, 2026.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Chair Begay and a second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 And I want to thank Supervisor Begay for her service on that board as well.
All right, thank you. Next item, action item 21, consideration and possible action to reduce the bond value for Cygnus SBL Peaks LLC for the Roundtree Road Financial Assurance by 50% due to the United States Forest Service determination that paving is not possible. The financial assurance for Roundtree Road condition improvements total $1,141,747.20, leaving a reduced bond value of $573,873.60. And I'll hand it over to Jay Christman, our Director of Community Development.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Supervisors. Go Diamondbacks. Big fan. We did have a request from the applicant based on information that we've received 2 times now from the Forest Service about the inability, well, they won't let the county or otherwise anybody improve that Roundtree Road. I should note that the Forest Service designates that road as number 9002V for the record, also known as Roundtree Road. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, thank you. I do have a few questions. Yes. So that performance bond that was required for the Roundtree Road, is that performance bond solely for purposes of paving Roundtree?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Horseman, that's correct.
And as I understand it, Forest Service actually owns the property there for Roundtree Road. And as I understand it, the county has a management agreement with the Forest Service to maintain that road. Is that right?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Horseman, that is correct. It's considered a Schedule A maintenance road, and the county does maintain it.
And so we have been told now on a couple different occasions from the Forest Service that they will not allow paving of that road. Is that right?
Supervisor Horseman, that's correct. As a matter of fact, the second correspondence we received indicates they won't allow for any improvement. They want it to remain a Schedule A.
And so the value of the performance bond, the cost that for the value of the performance bond, the amount of the performance bond was based on what? The cost or the assumed cost for paving?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Horseman, yes, the engineer's estimate for those improvements.
And so now we're faced with a situation here on the board, many years after the fact, where we have a condition for paving that is not enforceable.
That's correct, Supervisor Horseman.
So we have a performance bond to ensure the paving, which is also not enforceable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I also understand that we've recently, the county, because I received a copy of it, and I think the board did as well, a demand from Cygnus to the board, basically saying, look, we've got a performance bond that we paid for based on the cost of paving, and that we can't do it. It's unenforceable. We can't do that condition. So they're asking us to reduce it pending the public hearing coming up. Is that a correct statement?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Horseman, that is correct.
All right. And if I may make a comment, obviously, this whole situation has put the county between a rock and a hard place. We, the board, were not the board when all of this was going on back many years ago, but we're the board now. And it is our responsibility to do what we can to make this as livable of a situation with the highest and greatest good that we can for Coconino County. Under this particular situation, and we're going to hear a lot more about it during our public hearing, I know and understand the community's frustration out there. We've heard it. We're going to hear a little bit more of that. But I also understand the frustration of the developer. And I don't know how we can hold the developer for a performance bond that is impossible to meet because the owners of the property, the Forest Service, will not allow us to go forward with the paving. On the other hand, quite frankly, I think it is generous of the developers that what they are requesting is a reduction of the performance bond by 1/2. That gives us an opportunity to continue our hearing moving forward, hearing what other possible improvements short of paving may or may not be allowable, and then make a decision in full during and after the public hearing and after we close the public hearing. So members of the board, I'm in support of the request from Cygnus. As you know, this is in District 1. I've gone out there, driven the roads, I've talked to the community, I've gotten the emails, made the phone calls, and under the circumstances, and I think it is unique circumstances, I would be in favor of reducing the value of the bond by 50%.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we might have to go back and look at some of these where things are tied up, like Forest Service owns the area, and that, you know, we're doing maintenance, Schedule A maintenance agreements with them. And I think we need to kind of go back and look at some of those, because we want to make sure that, you know, we're doing the right, and we don't have to go back, you know, to untangle certain things, you know, just to make things that, or try to, you know, work it to where it's workable. And again, you know, I think I kind of have that feeling that it's just like our policies that I always talked about, you know, if they're outdated, then with new statutes or anything that's coming up, you know, we're not in line with it, then it's going to create some issues and problems. So I just want to say that I'm also in agreement, you know, with Cygnus LLC for their 50% due to the U.S. Forest Service can't pay that, and that, you know, we do have that agreement in place. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Supervisor Horstman?
At this time, unless board members have any questions, concerns on this, I would make a motion.
I'll just say on my end that I agree. This is an impossible condition to meet. It's not a condition that was put in by this board, but it is something that we as this board, we need to deal with. And this is the best course moving forward. And so I'm in agreement that we rescind the bond to 50%. Supervisor Horstman.
And members of the board, at this time, given the uniqueness of this circumstance, and quite frankly, the need for us to be fair and reasonable to all parties involved, I would make a motion to reduce the bond value for Cygnus SBL Peaks for Roundtree Road by 50%, leaving a reduced value of $573,873.60.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you. We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Okay, we have a unanimous vote. Thank you. Now, can I get a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors?
So move.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay, a second by Supervisor Horstman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. Now we are the Public Health District, the Public Health District. And we now have a consent agenda. There's one item 22 on the Public Health District consent agenda. Do any members want to separate this item?
I don't.
Okay, in that case, do I have a motion to approve the Health District consent agenda item?
So move.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horstman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Thank you. All right. Do I have a motion to resolve back to the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Horseman. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, now can we have a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors?
So move.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please
Aye.
indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
I feel like I'm at an auction going. Da, 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 da. All right, there are two items on item 23 and item 23A on the Flood Control District consent agenda. Do any members want to separate these items? No? Supervisor Begay?
Thank you.
Okay, in that case, may I have a motion to approve the Flood Control District consent items 23 and 23A?
So move.
All right, can I get a second, please?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Vice Chair Begay and a second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, let's see. The next item is a public hearing. We will have staff present, and then I will open the public hearing and ask for comments from the public. At that time, Clerk Daly will provide instructions on how to provide comments in person and virtually. First, we will start with the staff presentation.
Good morning, Supervisors of the Board. Jay Crystalman, Community Development Director, speaking on behalf of the Flood Control District this morning. Every 2 to 3 years, we get audited by the Department of Water Resources for the purpose of floodplain management. And during the audit, they changed one half of one sentence, which is why we're amending our ordinance based on that audit. And I'll read that for you. This happens every 3 years. But we do have to maintain the oversight from Arizona Department of Water Resources. So section 5.2.6, which is machinery and service equipment, the new, the entire sentence I'll read here and then I'll highlight the new part. All new construction, substantial improvement, or other proposed new development that are constructed with electrical, heating, ventilation, plumbing, air conditioning equipment, or other service facilities shall be designed and or located to or above, here's the new part, the regulatory flood elevation to prevent water from entering or accumulating within the components during conditions of flooding. That was the result of our audit, a minor, very minor change, consistent with ADWR's determination of ordinances across the state, floodplain ordinances. I'm happy to take any questions. The audit was completed in July.
Supervisor Horseman.
You know, I took a look at it. It looks just like it's a cleanup on this ordinance is what it looks like.
That's exactly correct.
I didn't see anything substantive in any of it. Am I missing anything?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Horseman, no, it's a very administrative cleanup.
Thank you.
All right, are there any other further questions? Okay, in that case, let's see where we're at. Let's see. Any comments? Okay, so we're ready for a public hearing. I am now opening the public hearing. When you are called on to speak, announce your name and place of residence. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Please make sure that your comments are directed to the topic. Clerk Daly, please explain how those here in person and those present virtually can provide public comment.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. At this time, if there's anyone here in person that would like to provide a public comment during this public hearing, you can come up to the podium. If you've joined us virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. You click on that hand and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, we have no one here in the room in person that would like to provide a public comment. So we'll just give a couple more seconds if there's anyone virtually that raises their hand. And we have no hands raised virtually.
All right, in that case, I'm now closing the public hearing. Supervisors, are there any questions or comments before we move forward? None? Okay. In that case, do I have a motion to approve the Flood Control District Ordinance 2023-01, adopting revised floodplain regulations, including modifications to section 5.2.6?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Horseman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, next, do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors? We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay. I have a
Second.
second. Second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. We are now to discussion and update regarding state or federal legislative or administrative matters, and I'll hand it over to our county manager. And we'll kick it over to Mr. Gregory Nelson.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, board members, County Manager Peru. Just briefly, because we will be back here after lunch on the federal agenda. Bob Holmes and Anna will be joining us. They'll be providing a federal update as part of that. So I'll just focus briefly on the state. Just want to recognize all of the team members that were involved in the CSA conference, which we hosted 2 weeks ago here in the county. We had an excellent conference here with leadership across the state joining us here with pre-conference activities and our county hosted dinner, and ultimately the County Supervisors Association's legislative policy agenda adoption. And I just want to thank everyone in the county that assisted in that. It was a true team effort and we made magic happen. To that end, sorry about that. ACO, the Arizona Association of Counties, recently passed their legislative agenda on Friday, and I've sent written information out to you all on that. The ACO conference will be held December 12th through the 15th at the Sheraton Wrigleyville West in Mesa. Treasurer Benatar has reached out to your district directors about that, as well as I, in terms of registration. If you'd like to attend, it will be a great conference covering quite a bit of issues.
If I may.
Supervisor Horseman.
Yeah, and I know our treasurer, Sarah Benatar, is currently the president of ACO, and I think this is her last official act, I guess. And so it would be nice if we could be there, but it looks like we have a conflict. Looks like it's the very same time as we have for CSA.
Yes, so we will have a CSA Medium County Caucus, I believe, on the 14th at 9 a.m., as well as the Board of Directors meeting. So we could certainly attend both and just leave that Thursday morning to attend CSA activities down at across from the governor's office.
So we can attend both?
Yes, so you could certainly attend both and just step out of the conference for 3 hours and join back in at the conference.
Okay, very good. Then I thought I had a conflict, so I will go ahead and make sure to sign up for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Either I or Keith will be there. We're still working through who will be there, but we will be there. In terms of just a state update, you may have seen, but general fund revenues were 72 million below the enacted budget revenue forecast, and the state is experiencing a significant forecast loss in the individual income tax category, which was partially offset by gains in the corporate income tax. The individual income tax generated a forecast loss of 147 million. And then the year to date, general fund revenues were 6.2% below, and this is for the state, and 201 million below the enacted budget forecast. And so given this underperformance, the 4-sector forecast released by the October Finance Advisory Committee made a downward revision to the state's revenue forecast. And at this time, the JLBC estimates the updated revenue forecast would result in the state having a projected general fund shortfall of 400 million in FY24 and 450 million in FY25. And so I bring this up because we have a number of appropriations requests that we'll be working on at the legislature. We're currently working with Karen Cruz right now to set up legislative meetings on November 8th and 9th and 15th and 16th. And we've worked with your district directors to identify availability for board members to visit with our legislators. But we do have two financial asks this year: the $35 million wildfire emergency response line item recapitalization, as well as the $5 million for US 89 highway drainage improvements that'll be part of the RTAC bill. And so I just bring this up because right now we're in a manufactured revenue shortfall. We had a number of policy items that the majority took in Phoenix over the past couple of years, namely the 2.5% flat income tax, and then the Arizona family tax rebate, which provided one-time payments. So we're seeing a revenue forecast that's diminishing, and that'll impact our request as we ask for funding down at the legislature. And on the spending side, we also have a manufactured crisis. The FY24 budget for the empowerment scholarships was initially at 100,000, is now at 100,000 students with $900 million cost. And it was initially projected at 30 million. So you've had a 30 million forecast now to a $900 million cost. So the take home point of this update is we are in a manufactured revenue situation, a shortfall. The legislature will either need to take action on the revenue side, or it will need to take action on the expenditure side. And so that's really what we're heading into in terms of the financial picture as we make our requests at the state legislature. And we'll be certainly providing advocacy materials for your review and consideration as we head into the legislative session. But these are difficult numbers as we make our requests. So with that, happy to answer any questions, and then we'll be back here this afternoon for a federal update with our partners with Nexus Consulting.
Are there any questions? No, thank you for that complete update, and good job everyone that worked on CSA. It was quite an adventure.
Thank you.
You. All right. Excuse me. Next up, we have discussion, review, and possible direction regarding Board of Supervisors planning calendar, county manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. If we can project or show the planning calendar. We're just going to go over the next month. Suffice it to say that the calendar is filling up very quickly. We have a lot of different processes going in place. And so you'll understand that this is the calendar as we know it today. By this afternoon, we'll probably have other changes to the calendar, but you can see what we're covering in the meetings ahead. The November 7th meeting, the items listed. I think I'll pull out some highlights on the 7th. Dr. Heiser, president of CCC, will be with us to present a report on the economic impact of CCC and the local economy. We also have the continuation of the public hearing for Ranch at the Peaks, and that's also on the 7th. And then I think the other part of it is going to be, and we'll talk more about it this afternoon, is the vacancy process that we're going through with District 3. And for that, we're putting items, reserving space on every board meeting from now through the end of the year that would be dedicated to the process for any discussion on the process for the vacancy fill. For the 14th, you see items listed here. I think of note, we'd be looking at under consent items, BOE notice of changes, equalization personal property appeals, and that's consent. And then additional time for the process, vacancy process. Also moving on to the 21st, we will be canvassing the election that's going to be taking place on November 7th. And so that's happening on the 21st. We have other items there, a presentation on the MIS grant and comp plan update from community development. And then also presentation and discussion regarding Bull Basin Forest Easement Project. And this is coming from Parks and Recreation, and a flood control update.
Excuse me, just out of curiosity, the MIS grant, what is that?
I have to defer to staff on that.
Jay, I
Yes,
believe it's Jay Luce.
it's a J loose.
Yes.
Gregory knows.
Thank you, Chair Horseman Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Horseman. The Military Installation Sustainability Grant was about a $950,000 grant that community development was awarded to implement key recommendations from the JLUS, as well as providing communications material on our dark skies economic development study, as well as the drafting of model legislation that we worked on heading into CSA that we eventually pulled back.
Thanks, Gregory.
Mhm. Almost like ask Google, we ask Gregory now.
Right?
Just about any topic we can come up with. So, other items going into the end of November, we can go on, but again.
Can I
that's
ask
what we
another
have.
question?
Yes,
Me-
Supervisor Horseman.
Thank you. The Bull Basin Forest Easement Project?
I'll ask Andy to comment on that.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Supervisor Horseman. So this is an area in which property owner is wanting to give the county an easement for some preservation efforts. And so we wanted to talk to the board about that. And it's an area near Parks, Arizona. So it's in District 3, and Parks and Recreation wanted to have some time with the board to discuss the pros and cons of that and give an update on it. And then for the record, Jay Lewis's joint land use study. So, yep.
That's also District 3.
Yes.
And I think those are, I'll probably end on that note, but again, the calendar is filling up very quickly. I think the big drivers for time will be the vacancy process, reserving time on each of the calendars going forward. And then looking at other events, but I can cover that in my report to the board as we transition over to my updates to the board.
Are there any other questions about the planning calendar? Yes, Supervisor Horseman.
And this is probably a question for Lindsay. There were 2 potential DWIDs that were coming forward that of course are time sensitive. Are they still coming forward?
Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Horseman, I'm only aware of the one DWID at this point, Lockett Meadows Estate. And they initially were planning to submit the week of October 9th in order to then have a hearing in November with the board. They have now reached out and said they did not intend to do that. They plan to submit their proposal likely in November and then requesting to go before statutorily having to go before the board for a public hearing in December. So as long as we're in communication with the attorney, Mr. Stratton, I'm sure we'll hear from him before it's submitted as to what their intent is for submission.
And Lindsay, if we could kind of get him on the phone and talk with him again. I know we've been trying to work out times and December is going to be very hard, especially the closer we get to that 3rd week in December. So it would be good to
Correct.
talk with him on this. That could be a real problem.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. Are there any other questions or comments on the planning calendar?
Yes.
Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Chair. I think the board had kind of mentioned a board retreat.
Mhm.
Is it on the schedule here or?
No, we're still working with your schedules.
Okay,
And so trying to look at the schedules with each of you is what we're doing at this time. We're working with your district directors to identify potential dates.
I think we kind of wanted it before Matt actually left
That is our goal.
okay.
But
thank you.
again, it's dependent on availability from all the schedules.
And you're hopefully looking at weekends. Is that kind of what you're looking at?
We're looking at a Friday, Saturday, although I will say that in the past, we received feedback to try to keep it during the week. So again, this is your preference. This is
Yeah.
your retreat. We will
And
do whatever we're requested to do.
if I may, in my
Yes.
recollection is that we've done it on weekends. And I know it's hard to give up a weekend, needless to say, for any of us. And I know this also has staff time, but as you very succinctly pointed out, we're running out of time. And I think it would be great to do this before the winter holiday, before the first of the year, and while Matt's still with us. So I certainly am willing to give up a weekend, one of the days, if seem to be working most weekends anyway, but I have no problem giving up a weekend day. And, I don't think it needs to be, if we did 4 hours, 5 hours, I don't see that this even needs to be all day, but it'd be nice to get a retreat on the books.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, we were looking at evening, a couple hours on an evening, and then the next day, half day. So, pulling it over unless, but again, we will do whatever the
Yeah.
board wishes us to do.
I'd just like to say that I concur. I'd like to see this board retreat happen before the Christmas holidays. And so if we have to sacrifice a Saturday, then I'm willing to do it as well. I think this is priority. We need to have this meeting before Matt leaves us, because he does have institutional knowledge, and I would really like that opportunity to glean some of that knowledge with the full board so that we can make our plans moving forward. So Supervisor Horseman.
And if I may, and I'd love to hear from my colleagues on this, it's easier for me to do it on one day than try to have an evening and then a full, a day, 3 or 4 hours the next day. Just easier for me to get it done in one fall swoop. And so, I could see doing this on a Saturday, and, starting at 9, getting over at 2, that would certainly work for me. I'll make it work. And I know the colleagues here would probably make it work as well.
Vice Chair Begay.
I'm thinking about 2 evenings and a Saturday. But yeah, I think, it's better, to really, but I think I know why you might be wanting to have one in the evening, we hardly spend any time together as a board, and we just come together for business and that's it, and things like that. So I just kind of think that yeah, I would go either way, either the evening or the next day for up to 5 hours on a Saturday. That's fine with me. I can adjust to anything.
Yeah, so again, you're hearing from 3 of us. We'd like to see it happen as soon as possible and are willing to sacrifice a weekend if need be. Please work with the other supervisors.
So one day, daytime, Saturday, get it done. We'll be drafting actually what we're going to be doing is discussing with each of you the items that you would like to see on the agenda, and then drafting a full agenda and then bringing that to the board for full discussion. But again, input from each of you on top agenda items that you would like to address.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is a discussion update from County Manager regarding possible community, regional, or administrative matters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to appreciate the staff and the work that they provided in support of the CSA Summit. It was a very successful event. The staff lived it, breathed it, slept it, you named it, for quite a while leading up to the summit itself. And so I do want to appreciate the staff for the work in putting that on. We received many compliments from CSA and other counties. In fact, Graham and Greenlee indicated that we should just keep the summit up here on an annual basis, to which I said, absolutely not. From there, I do also want to appreciate the staff that went into the work, staffing and supporting the activities of the Western Agency Fair for the Navajo Nation that concluded this weekend. And I'm sure during a roundtable, you can update or highlight that. We also have a variety of fall events that are taking place that staff is gearing up for, from downtown events to the balloon regatta, you name it, holidays kick in. So the staff, and particularly, I want to call out Brian Harris. Brian has been all our stalwart in getting tabling events covered by staff, working with board members and district directors to put that on. So again, kudos to everyone there. Other projects we're working on, as I indicated, the board vacancy process is going to be presented later on this evening, which will, provide in that the timeline, a proposed timeline for the board to consider and provide feedback back to staff on. The fall retreat we've just spoken about. We're also getting time on the calendar to provide a full update on the short-term rental ordinance implementation. From there, we're also in the process of recruiting for our economic development director, and we'll be bringing candidates to our campus Again, we're looking at sometime in November, depending on schedules. Similar to what we did with communications, and having the candidates spend time with each of the board members regarding some of the inputs that may be district specific related to economic development. We're also working with the renovation of the new election center, and we have a date, the December 8th, I believe, is the date of the grand opening, and that is on all of your calendars as well. We have begun our discussion on the budget process for this coming year. And so we'll be asking each of you to provide input to the budget process in terms of what are the items you want to see. But I think it's safe to say one of the items that we want to avoid is a marathon 3-week session in May. I think we're looking at how we can use the spring to spread out some of the presentations from departments and elected officials. But again, our goal is to avoid a 3-week marathon session in May, which is pretty taxing on everyone's schedule, not to mention your schedules as well.
If I may, Chair.
Supervisor Horstman.
Thanks, Steve. I really appreciate that. It was, I think, taxing for everybody. And I think one of the things that I'd be more than interested in seeing happen is, I know a lot of the departments came forward and talked about what they were doing. I thought that was great, by the way. I really enjoyed it, even though it was a marathon. It was really important to hear it. And that would be something we could spread out over board meetings. And because I really enjoyed and thought it was important for us as a board to hear a lot of this. So I'd love to see that spread out through board meetings, leading up to the budget. And second, although I really appreciated the fire district hosting us, they have excellent accommodations. It was a long way out, and not necessarily just for the board, but really for our staff. And, here we had staff members and departments that were out there literally for hours because, things had gotten backlogged. So it would be great to have it somewhere close to the county offices to the extent we can. And yeah, this looks good.
Yeah. So, okay.
Okay,
Good
thanks.
feedback. Appreciate that. Other items, Erica Arlington, our legal defender, announced her retirement in May. And so we'll be commencing the process for the recruitment of that position, and that's occurring. And then also one of special recognition to Corey Ringenberg. He is going to be graduating on Friday with a certificate from ASU. He'll be now a certified public manager. So kudos to Corey.
Congratulations.
And there are other topics, but again, those are the highlights.
Supervisor Horstman.
And Erica Arlington, I know she's held that position for quite some time.
She's been in the legal defender office. She was also the deputy director and then assumed the directorship
And
a few years ago.
it'd be nice to acknowledge.
Oh,
her
yeah,
in some
we will send her
fashion
off
and
and-
let us know about that too. So
She's been
I know sometime we're going to get some kind of Medal of
Mhm.
Merit or something
Yeah.
from Coconino County. I mean, this is exactly the kind of situation that she certainly deserves it. And please let us know. I'd like to be there for that.
certainly will. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that report. I did have 2 questions. I was wondering where we're at with our diversity, equity, and inclusion position. I know that
Okay.
we've had those conversations, and so just a timeline of thoughts on where we're going with
We're
that.
providing, we're putting together a recruitment process that my staff recommendation is to begin with an internal recruitment of the position. Based on what's happening with regard to economic development, as well as the board vacancy process, we'll be looking at kicking that recruitment off in January.
Thank you for that update. And then the other question I had is, feel like we're kind of on the clock with the 2024 election with bonds. And so just curious on where we're at with our process in that.
So the 2024 bonds, we've had, one question rather, not a bond, but one of the question for the 2024 election is going to be the expenditure limit. Staff will be recommending that the board place on the 2024 ballot the expenditure limit reset for Coconino County. We've not done this before, and so the current expenditure limit that we have has been with us since for 40 some years. You'll know from your discussions with other board members across the state, other counties have embarked on this. La Paz County, Greenlee County, Maricopa has done that. And so again, it's activity that from the standpoint of keeping up with our expenditure limitation and our ability to make adjustments to what is allowable in terms of local revenue, what's not excludable. We've come to the point where it is time now, because the reset that we'll make, or the recommendation of the change on the expenditure limitation, will carry the county out, for 10 or 20 years. And so this is definitely an action we need to take now, but also a strategic looking forward for future boards to consider the expenditure limit as they set the budget. The other item we're having discussions on is the potential question is on forest restoration and what the county can be doing relative to our jurisdiction on forest restoration. That, of course, involves flood mitigation, also watershed restoration. And so those components we feel is the time is right. But again, we're going to be doing additional analysis before we bring a final decision to the board on that question.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just want to make sure that we're getting the updates so that we're clear and it doesn't pass us by. Like I was mentioning with the election, we don't want to get too close to a situation where now we're pushing something that we hadn't considered. So I appreciate the updates and I look forward to seeing staff recommendations moving forward. Vice Chair Begay?
Yes, thank you, Steve, for the update. Just wanted to touch base on the tribal building that what is the status on that right now?
I'm going to ask Sue Brown to respond to that question, as that's an area of her purview.
Thank you, County Manager. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Begay. We are in the process, of course, in our facilities master plan update, which should be coming to you end of December or first part of January. And we have a schedule that takes us out toward 26 for the Tuba City Service Center. One of the pieces we're working on right now is the actual application that we need to complete. That's part of all of the congressionally directed funding. They come through the departments, the federal government departments. We submit the applications and work with the departments to get the money funneled in. We have quite a long amount of time on that. So one of our first acts, and we hope to begin that quite soon, just after the FMP is completed, is to complete programming. That means we'll talk to all of the departments, of course, with all of the board members about the programming, who will have offices in the Tuba City Service Center, and make sure that the programming for the building is appropriate as we begin to work on the actual construction project. It will be a couple of years in its doing because of the federal regulations and the things we have to do and the things we already have in the hopper for construction. But we're very excited to start that programming. That's the first and most important piece after that application.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman?
And since we're talking about facilities, any update on where we are to complete the renovations here?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Horstman, we are still trying to fit things in the schedule, and we'll come to talk to you guys about, the board about that again, to let you know what the schedule looks like and what we plan to do.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Manager? That's it. Thank you for that update. Really appreciate it. There's a lot going on, and so it's helpful to get that out among all of us so that we're all on the same page. We're not forgetting different things that we've committed to. And when I say that, I'm referring to us board members, in terms of projects that we want to see worked through. Okay, so speaking of what individual supervisors are doing, our next topic is roundtable to be discussed pursuant to ARS 38-431.02. These matters should not be acted upon. They're just reports from supervisors, updates on new projects, district budgets, requests for services and initiatives, and updates from county staff. So we'll go ahead and get started with District 1. Supervisor Horstman.
Paybacks, right? This is what this is. Yeah, it has been very, very, very busy, and just listening to county manager trying to figure out our schedule between now and the end of the year, and we're, really fitting in a lot. And I know with the upcoming holiday season, we board members are going to be very busy with a lot of community activities. So really appreciate everybody's hard work to fit it all in between now and the end of the year. So just a couple things that have been going on, more than a couple things. I think I talked to you all about the Babbitt Energy Summit that Babbitt Ranch has had at the Nordic Center. As you know, they're in the process of starting construction, and they've actually broken ground and have the first turbines up for their wind energy farm. They also have a large solar array out at Babbitt Ranches, and they brought in some folks to talk about the health benefits of renewable energy. And I do have a pamphlet that I obtained, and I'm going to send that around to the county manager in hopes he can get it out to the rest of the board members. It's I learned a lot, and I think it's something that it's important to share with the staff and also with my colleagues. I also was pleased to be a part of the 45th anniversary of Northland Family Help Center. And that, of course, was merged Crisis Nursery, which was Dino Thompson back 50 years ago, and also the Domestic Violence Center, which was started by the Women's Resource Center also over 50 years ago. I sat on the board for the Women's Resource Center back at the very early days of it. And I knew later our county manager also sat on that board. These two organizations merged and became Northland Family Help Center. They've been helping families in crisis and providing services here throughout Coconino County now for over 45 years. So it was a wonderful anniversary. It was like Old Home Week with all the folks that were there from the community, and were able to honor Dino Thompson for her very early days work and her perseverance and her advocacy to get it done for families in crisis here in Coconino County. Also, of course, the board met with the city council for the city county meeting last week and discussed the regional plan and our comprehensive plan, and certainly appreciate the work, Melissa Shaw, and the work here of Coconino County and getting our comprehensive plan and working with the city of Flag for their regional plan. One of the things I didn't realize is it's really unique. What we're doing here in Coconino County is really unique in that we work with our major city within the county on coordinating our plans. And I would have thought that was a no-brainer. I would have thought everybody across the state did that, but turns out we are unique in that. And I want to thank our staff for their partnership and working so closely with the city and working with us to do the outreach, community outreach. I know many of the board members have attended some of the community outreach programs to get our community also involved in this very important document that really addresses how we want to grow in the future of Coconino County and in the regional plan, City of Flagstaff. We also, 3 board members were able to take part in Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States, who attended and came here to Flagstaff, Arizona, as part of her tour for getting out the vote and encouraging young people and colleges to register to vote and to get out and vote, defenders of our democracy. And really enjoyed hearing from her. This is in what, 2 months? We have the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States in Coconino County. And I think that's wonderful, and it speaks volumes to the work that is being done here in Coconino County. So was really pleased to be part of that. I missed, therefore, the Naval Observatory tour, and I want to thank Supervisor Fowler for attending on behalf of the board. I'm so disappointed I couldn't be in 2 places at once. I hope that Naval Observatory tour will be rescheduled at a future date so that the rest of the board can take part in that, because that's something that's extremely important as well. And look forward to finding out more information. I understand my district director attended and said it was amazing. I saw some of the photos and it looks like it was an amazing tour. Also, as you know, I do sit on the CJCC board. That's the Coconino Justice Coordinating Council. Judge Slayton, who is the presiding judge here in Coconino County, also sits as the chair of the CJCC board. Gregory usually attends with me. And he is retiring. This was his last CJCC meeting, and was really nice to hear his final remarks on the board, although I know he's going to be active here in our community. And I want to say that I want to thank this county and all of our staff for the incredible job that was done with that CSA. I hope we don't have to do it again for many years because it took a tremendous amount of time, but the variety, the diversity, the opportunities to really highlight our county and what our county has to offer to the state, we were on full display. And I think everyone was extremely impressed with the level of hospitality and the level, quite frankly, of information and shining a light on what we do up here in rural Arizona. Outside the great state of Maricopa County was certainly appreciated by all of our county supervisors. So took a huge effort. I don't know if there was anybody employed in Coconino County that in one shape or form was not involved in the CSA, the whole CSA forum and projects and outreaches. So I just want to thank County Manager, his office, and every single member of Coconino County for the great work. And thank you, colleagues. You were there shining as well. And it was really a wonderful time and an opportunity for Coconino County. Last and not least, I think I've mentioned this before. I'll mention this again. As you know, we in Coconino County, the board and our staff has taken a lead on groundwater management and looking for new legislation to the 1980 Groundwater Act to give management and control over our groundwater use. There is going to be a groundwater in Coconino County roundtable being hosted by the Audubon Society. And there will be lunch that's served, and that's tomorrow. Doors open 11:15 to 1. It's at Aspen Room, which is 2223 East 7th Avenue. It's going to be, I think, a pretty good round table. I will be there representing Coconino County and addressing our concerns that we, the board, have expressed at various times. I know that Mayor Vale from Tucson will also be there talking about a small town and the importance of being able to control their own groundwater. Abe Springer, a hydrologist from NAU, who we have also utilized here in Coconino County to talk about groundwater. And there's a fourth person. Who am I missing, Gregory? Who will be there as well. I thought I had the sheet. Well, there's a fourth person.
Madam Chair, it's Aaron Young with the City of Flagstaff's
Thank you.
Water Services Division,
Sorry, Flagstaff, and also the city of Flagstaff.
as well as Tom Osterday with the Blue Ridge Water Improvement District.
Thank you. Thank you. So it should be a really good roundtable and a good discussion. And I understand there's been a number of RSVPs. So I hope that my colleagues can attend and I look forward to a community discussion on this. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. And seeing how I have to do the chair's report, I'll go ahead and wait and allow Vice Chair Begay go next. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think we were kind of like the Three Musketeers all around here. Attending some of these functions together. But I just want to say, I really want to have the staff that really worked on the Western Navajo Fair efforts. It went very well. We had 2 booths that were out there that we conveyed and disseminated, and all the programs, information and things like that. So I was really, and talking to people about services. And then what really made it really good, it was the radio spots that we had. And I want to thank Andy for being there. I've also, Brian and others that were there, and plus our district directors, and my sister Lena Fowler was there. And I think the radio spots were something that people were very appreciative of, because they said that they don't really know what the county does, and we didn't know how much work that the county was involved in, and that, you know, they want more information to be coming. And we did mention that, you know, we're, you know, most likely that will be conveyed to the administration to see when that could happen again, but they want more information so that they're updated regarding anything, everything that the county is involved with, you know, on overall. So, and we got to know the radio people there too, and certainly they did a very good job, you know, in really expanding on some of the issues that and some of the information that we provided. So they were really pleased with that. So they also thanked us for inviting them to the function there. And the reports that were done by the staff was excellent. And I was really happy, you know, to see them there. Although we couldn't hear it, but we had our radios on, you know, we couldn't be hearing it when they were talking in the mic there, but, you know, we got a chance to listen in on it. So it was all good information. And then we also did a rodeo sponsor of, and they also, during the both sponsors, we make sure that all the 5 board members' names were on our booth tables, and then we also, all 5 were at the rodeo, you know, with our banner and stuff like that. So, and so we just wanted to say, you know, thank you for all the effort that was made by the staff, because it meant a lot to the people there for all actually, you know, us being out there. And they said this is the first on the reservation that they know that the county has done that. So I was really happy and proud of our county there. We are doing reentry efforts planning. Like I said, we did the vision mission statement. Our next meeting is tomorrow, and we're gonna be going into more of the meat of the planning when a person is just released from jail, and, you know, we don't want them kind of falling back into the same rut again. And we're trying to have them start, you know, as soon as they're incarcerated, that what efforts can we make? So we're doing those plans tomorrow again from 1 to 4 p.m. I believe, but I do have a meeting with Steve, and I want to meet with Steve first before I go over there. We did speak to, Geronimo and I spoke to the students at Ponderosa High School regarding why voting is important to, as a overall. And, you know, we need our voices heard, and we just went on down the line, and I did my portion and he did his portion as far as why voting is important, and that we did sign up some students there, with the help of, Nancy Brahman. She was there, so just kind of helping her, and she invited us to do a presentation there, and we did that. And I felt really good about that presentation too. Again, you know, we attended the Summit Fire Station meeting last week, and updated all on what the flooding mitigation efforts we're doing, how we're getting funding, soliciting for fundings, and, you know, basically all the regarding the floods, and then plus all the activities that are going on that affect them in that area. And their main concern was the roads, you know, within private roads where people are, you know, just kind of taking over, and they want us to look into that. And that's something that I will be bringing to probably Steve and let him know, you know, what was brought back from there. But overall, you know, they know that the fire summit fire stations are all within their little areas, but then, you know, they really want to start working together, you know, and we just give them reports and they give us reports. So it's just back and forth. But I think somehow, there's got to be a firmer type of cooperation or, communication going with them. So they like that. I know for the Forest Lakes area, we get them involved into cooking like traditional foods and stuff like that. The last visit we made was making like Navajo tacos, the first one, and then we had Navajo burgers with them, So the homeowners association was involved. So when we try to go down there, we usually get all of them together and do that. So did attend the city council meeting also regarding Vision 24, and it was all good because I went to one at Antelope Hills just a week before that, and I kind of felt out of place as a board member sitting there because there were a couple people that kind of didn't want to say what they really want to say there, and they began to use choice words, to not to offend an elected person. So I just kind of want to refrain from that and let, the plan's supposed to be, something that's coming from the community, but I just wanted to know, how it was and how it was being conducted, but that's how, and it was known, they let it known to me that, because I'm there, that they have to kind of hold back, and I didn't feel good about that. So anyway, that became of it, and then of course the Kamala Harris and the CSA activities, we all went, and I think CSA, yes, they really enjoyed that, and all the information they brought to us and all the meeting stuff that we had, that was real good information for us as a board of supervisors. And also they really would like to have all in future CSA meetings, annual meetings here in Flagstaff. And so that was funny. And, because, with, but, they really enjoyed the breakouts, how we did everything, and all our district directors were there. And, it was nice, they really enjoyed it. And I think that's part of the whole thing, that people want to come back to Coconino County, and they want to be, here, for activities that we're holding. And they said this is the best one that they really gone to. In some areas, that they had it, it was kind of too hot, but it was kind of like cool. And then it got really cold the last night, or the night that they had that, dinner there. So, but overall, that those are some of the things that I got myself involved with. So city council, the division plan formed, regional plan, and then the Kamala Harris activity. So events that happen. So that's my report.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. All right. So now it's my turn. I'll go ahead and do my report. I'll start off with the Vice President college tour at NAU. It was great to be able to partake in that and listen to that conversation and listen to young people get inspired to get involved and to vote. We have this whole generation of folks that are just starting to be politically conscious. And so it's important that they're engaged, because they're our future. And so we need them to vote, and we need them to engage and participate in our participant democracy. And so it's really important. And that event was it was pretty cool. I'd never been to an event at NAU with the vice president. That was kind of nice. This maybe the third time that I've seen her speak, but never, on our home turf, to say. So that was kind of nice. And so I really enjoyed that experience, and I appreciate all the staff who helped us staff us supervisors and get us there and get us good seats and make sure we're at the right places at the right time. So your work was appreciated. Then the same with the CSA, that was a Herculean effort, and it was a lot of work, and it was greatly appreciated. And I got feedback both during the CSA, but then also the next conference I was at RTAC, where supervisors were just really impressed with the hospitality and the layout and being up in Flagstaff for CSA. And so, your work was recognized. We did hear it from our colleagues, and it's appreciated. So good job, team. And I must say, I just recently attended the RTAC, which is Rural Transportation Advocacy Council meeting. They had it down in our summit last week in Yuma. And during that time, I had the opportunity to present as the Metro Plan Vice Chair and board member to discuss our regional priorities. And so I did a presentation on the Lone Tree Overpass, asking for money as part of our legislative ask from RTAC to the state legislature as funding for, in particular, the Lone Tree Overpass. But I also spoke about the maintenance facility for Mountain Lion and also the highway drainage improvements for Highway 89. We were at one time in the running or speaking to host the next RTAC meeting next year. And I was a little disappointed when it didn't come to fruition, but after experiencing CSA, I'm kind of glad it's not coming to fruition and our time is a little way down the road. So hopefully when we do host that meeting, we'll have the new connection center for Mountain Lion built, and we'll also have the new Lone Tree Overpass, and we'll have those highway drainage improvements to showcase to other transportation boards. The next day after the RTAC, I did have the opportunity to attend the Arizona State Transportation Board meeting in Yuma, and was able to thank them for the grant that we received from the state for a match grant. We're still waiting to hear on the funding for highway drainage improvements from the federal government, but we did get the match grant from the state, and so that was appreciated. And so I took advantage of the opportunity to thank them in person for that grant. Then, as it has been mentioned, we did the joint city county meeting and reviewed the regional plan. And so just want to say thank you to everybody that's being involved, and please continue and dig deep and lay out the guidelines so that way we have a vision of what our community wants our not just the Flagstaff metro area, but our county to look like moving forward. And so it's really important work, and please contribute where you can. And we appreciate all the efforts going into that. Let's see, Metro Plan have had some meetings, executive board meetings, looking at the Metro Plan subrecipient policy and legislative priorities, which we discussed at the RTRAC meeting. I have been continuing meetings with elected officials. The most recent one, I had the pleasure of sitting down with Judge Slayton and discuss some of the history and some of the vision of the future for the courts, as Judge Slayton is retiring soon, and we'll have a new presiding judge. So again, thank you, Judge Slayton, for your years of service. I did attend the neighborhood watch meeting for Fernwood Timberline. It was right after a board meeting, so I chose to do it virtually. I wasn't able to make it out there, but I did appreciate having the conversation with the community and just letting them know the updates. Real receptive. The community is really appreciative of all the efforts that have gone through, flood mitigation efforts. This was knock on wood, a very relative light summer, and the work that was done, at lightning speed over 1 year time made a huge difference, and the community is appreciative of that. So great job, everybody involved. Keep up the good work, and we're not done. We still have other areas to work on in terms of some of that flood mitigation, but we're making good progress. So good job, team. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to sit down with the executive committee, the Workforce Development Board training for the Coconino County Executive Committee. And so I met with Billy Francis and a representative from the state and some of his new board members, so we could discuss a little bit about what workforce development can and should look like, and also what kind of metrics and areas we should be focusing on to determine progress and growth in our workforce development efforts. And so it was a good training, the beginning of many, because there is a new workforce board. And so they're coming on board and learning their role and growing into it, as well as myself continuing the work that we've started. And just really appreciate that opportunity and look forward to future trainings and helping implement those programs through our workforce development board. Then I had the opportunity at the beginning of the month to do one of my passions, and that was present about the Mayan calendar. And that was a lot of fun. So It is recorded and it should be out there somewhere. So if you want to know where it's at, please reach out to my office or reach out to Arena Contreras. They should have access to those files. But it was a really cool presentation. I really enjoyed putting it together and presenting it. It's a nice break from the busy work of being a supervisor. And then just some of the initiatives and sponsorships that we've done recently. We on October 7th, we believe October 7th, maybe it was October 5th. We sponsored the Kill Up Anti-Bullying presentation by Calvin Terrell, where he went in and did presentations with every class in Kill Up for half an hour. And then in the evening, they did a family night and he did a presentation to the families about just things that parents can look out for and things that parents should be aware of to help support their children to the fullest and to discuss some of the issues that are of most concern to our parents at Kill Up. And so it was a really good presentation. Really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun being back home, because I was not in a different building, but still home. And it was really cool. When I was on my way there, I was kind of nervous. I was like, wow, it's Kill Up, but it's not Kill Up. Because I used to run all those family engagement meetings. And so to go, it was like, but once I was there, I was like, yeah, I'm home, and so it was really nice to be able to participate in that and continue to work with Kill Up on their family engagement efforts. And then we also helped sponsor this last weekend, the 3rd annual Indigenous Community Connection Fair that had a workshop on Indigenous priorities and included entertainment and artisans from Flagstaff. So that was a really good event. And then also the 20th annual Nuestros Raíces Celebración de la Gente at the Museum of Northern Arizona. We helped sponsor some of the dancers and workshops for their event, and it was a great event, and really enjoyed it. I hope everybody who had the opportunity to go did, and that you continue to support those kind of events because they're really important collaborations that show the history of Flagstaff, and the history from the Latino community. This is one event with the altars and ofrendas of people who are members of our Flagstaff community, that are ancestors to a lot of our community members now, have that opportunity to showcase that. And so it's a really beautiful event. I definitely recommend it moving forward. And then the other, just some upcoming meetings that are coming. Tomorrow, I will be I'm vice chair for Mountain Lion, and the chair's out of town, so I will be chairing the Mountain Lion Board Advance meeting, which is a several hour-long meeting. Hence, I will not be able to go to the groundwater event or the reentry event, which both I was invited to, but unfortunately, I do have these commitment for Mountain Lion. We'll be looking at some of our strategic plan and moving forward, and some of the ways that we can look to provide additional services for our community. Then also on Friday will be the Colorado Plateau Water Advisory Council CPWAC meeting, the board and partnership meeting. It is open to the public and it is streamed. So if you're interested in some local groundwater issues, this is a forum to discuss some of those events and learn about those different water events that affect the Colorado Plateau. And that would be my report. And Supervisor Horstman, would you like to
November
add?
1st.
November 1st.
Yes.
We-
Day of the Dead.
Oh, yes, there's Day of the Dead events, November 1st. Yes, and November 2nd, Maya Wynn's Coffee House, please come through. Wednesday, the first 3 to 5, Thursday, the second, 4 to 6 for some cultural events to learn more about Dia de los Muertos. Thank you. Any other comments by board members? All right, well, in that
Actually,
case-
there is.
Okay,
And
Supervisor Horstman.
I believe that I think Supervisor Begay and myself will be taking part in the NAU homecoming. And I don't know if you're going to be able to join us. Are you as well?
I am planning. to
All
now,
right. So we
yes.
have 3 of the board members. So we better make sure, Lindsay, to get that on an agenda for the NAU parade, homecoming parade.
Yes, thank you for adding that. All right, is there anything else for the good of the order? Any supervisors, any comments? County Manager, do you have anything?
Just for the afternoon lineup, Mr. Chairman, so 1:15, As Gregory indicated, we'll do a continuation discussion on the federal legislative agenda. And Bob Holmes and Anima from Nexus Consulting will be with us. And then at approximately 2:15, we'll be having an update from the Information Technology Department on rural broadband. And then those two items will wrap up the afternoon. And then at 5:30, we'll be coming back for the special session on the vacancy process.
And you will have the Diamondbacks game on in your office, right?
They've been, yes, I'm looking at,
That's.
Thank you.
I'm looking, well, no, I'm looking at our staff. So again, we will have updates on, there's this other thing happening at 5 o'clock, a baseball game or something.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, County Manager. Okay, in that case, we'll take a lunch recess and reconvene at 1:15. Thank you, everyone.
Probably Thursday.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. If we can get your attention, please, so that we can start this meeting.
Ryan.
Thank you. Just to respect everybody's time so we can get through this, our next topic is discussion and update and possible direction to staff regarding county's 2024 federal legislative agenda. Government Relations Director Gregory Nelson will present. So hand it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and board members. Pleasure to be here with you today. I'll just pause briefly. I believe we have our wonderful team in Washington, Bob Holmes and Anna Ma, with us. Could you all just introduce and make sure your mics are working? And then Karen Cruz was also invited just to watch these proceedings.
Greetings, members of the Board of Supervisors, Chairman, members, and it's always great to say hello to you guys from Washington. I'll give it over to Bob.
Good afternoon, and I guess it's afternoon for you guys too, Gregory, Keith, and Chair Vasquez, and members of the Board of Supervisors. Had a good day here with the Flood Control District, and we're looking forward to a good discussion with you all today, and we're happy to be here. Hopefully we can see you in person soon.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Bob and Anna, for being here with us today. Just to kick off, we're going to basically, I'll go give an overview of our agenda for this afternoon, and that is we'll have Bob and Anna provide an overview and update on what's going on in Washington. There's been lots of votes and vacated of a speaker and many things in a shutdown that could happen in November. Keith and I will review the legislative values and legislative and administrative agenda documents that are in your packet. And then Bob and Anna will finish off with a review of how the situation and political ecosystem in Washington will impact or could impact our agenda going forward. And then we'll pause for questions. So with that, Bob, Anna, take it away. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Gregory. And again, good to spend some time with you, Chair Vasquez, and members of the Board of Supervisors. We're excited to be with you. We wish you, again, we're in person, but we wanted to present you what is going on here in DC. As you know, Speaker McCarthy was removed 3 weeks ago by a motion to vacate. It was the first time that has ever been successfully employed, and it has thrown the U.S. House of Representatives into complete chaos. They tried to nominate a speaker, Steve Scalise, who was the majority leader. He failed to get 217 votes on the floor. He withdrew his nomination. The Freedom Caucus, the members of the far right, members of the Republican caucus, then put up Jim Jordan. He tried to cobble enough votes. He got 200 in his first try, and he got substantially less in his two other tribes. And there was a vote in the conference to have him withdraw his nomination. So he withdrew his nomination. And today, the House met, the House Republican Conference met. They had no less than 9 members of the House Republican Conference vote for the speakership. And the way it worked this morning was the person who got the lowest vote total was eliminated, and they had a series of votes. They had 5 rounds of votes today. Tom Emmer, who was who is the current House Majority Whip and a member of Speaker McCarthy's team, and Congressman Majority Leader Scalise's team, he won 117 to 97 in that vote. There could be a vote as soon as this afternoon. We doubt it's going to happen, but at 4 p.m., the House Republican Conference is going to meet to determine if they're going to go to the floor. We fully expect, and is our expectation, that the House Republicans will not be able to cobble up 217 votes. and they will not nominate Speaker designate Tom Emmer as the new Speaker of the House. So what does that mean? We're about 3 weeks away, a little more than 3 weeks away from government funding running out on November 17th. And that means that if they do not have a new speaker, the House cannot function. If the House cannot function, they cannot pass a continuing resolution or a budget for the year. The Senate has kind of taken that up and now is passing appropriations bills. This afternoon, they are putting their first bill on the Senate floor. It's called a Senate minibus. They're including transportation, military construction, and agriculture appropriations, among other bills. That will go up this afternoon and likely will be passed by the end of the week. So in short, we don't know what is going on with the speakership, and they may empower current interim speaker Patrick McHenry to have more power, but that is remaining to be seen. He has said that he is not interested in becoming speaker and does not want to serve anymore. And he was looking for a new speaker, but it does not appear that Republicans have any consensus to bring a speaker. So with that, I'll stop and see if Anna has anything to add, or if you all have any questions with regard to what is going on in the House.
Sorry, Bob, a quick addendum to your thoughts there, especially when it comes to the Senate Appropriations Committee. In just the latest news, I think that we gave last week is that our senior senator, Senator Kirsten Sinema, has now become a member of the Appropriations Committee due to the fact that when Senator Feinstein passed away, her slot was available. And so that has a huge effect, obviously, for our interest and our home state. Any questions?
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, hi, and good to see you all. Sorry it's not in person, but always great to see you. And thank you for your updates and advocacy for us back there. Really appreciate it. So question I have, and you touched on this, Bob, and that is, is it legally possible to expand the duties of their acting speaker for purposes of the budget? Is that something that can be done?
First and foremost, Supervisor Horstman, go D-backs. I see you proudly displaying your jersey.
I'm
today.
wearing the 2001 World Series jersey because we know that's going to happen. So anyway, yes.
Maybe the greatest game ever, but I digress. The answer is yes, they can empower the speaker. And that is, I think at this point, and the most logical way for Republicans to get them out of this situation. There is talk about having Speaker pro tempore, interim speaker, whatever you want to call him, Patrick McHenry, who is a McCarthy ally and who is well respected on both sides, to give him temporary authority, maybe as long as through January of 2024. So Republicans can kind of sort out this mess and do that. So yes is the answer, and I think even Democrats are willing to take that on and make that happen.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we hope. And then the second question is, you said that the Senate Appropriation Committee is meeting and trying to do what they can to extend certain requirements. You said military. Does that include Ukraine? And is that also aid to Israel?
So the answer is no on that. This is just dealing, Supervisor Horstman, with appropriations bills. So military construction is that is the aid for Ukraine. So to back up a little bit, President Biden submitted a $106 billion plan to Congress that would include aid to Israel, aid to Ukraine, and aid to the U.S. Mexican border. And that is called a supplemental appropriation. So that will have to be a different appropriations. But What we envision happening is that they'll combine all of these appropriations bills and the supplemental appropriations bill into one giant package and then pass that before the end of the year. I imagine we'll need another CR because the House has been completely non-functioning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? I guess my question would be, in that case, so I know we're looking at a potential government shutdown. What's kind of the plan if they don't get it together in the next 3 weeks? Like, what are we looking at? Paint us a picture, please.
It's not a picture. I think Chair Vasquez, any of us want to paint, but it's a good question, and it's it could become a stark reality here. I think that they'll either empower interim speaker McHenry, or they're going to find a speaker to fill in and do that. So I haven't given up hope yet, but the reality is we're a little more than 3 weeks away right now. So we need to start thinking that. I don't think we're quite to the point of hair on fire, but we need to be aware of that situation and get there. But I think they weaseled their way out of it last time, and that's why Speaker McCarthy lost his job. I think they'll try to find a way to get it through at least a temporary continuing resolution.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I know it's not something that we want to think about, but we do want to have contingency plans and know how it'll impact us in case that it does happen, because 3 weeks comes and goes real fast. Supervisor Horstman, do you have anything else you wanted to add?
Yeah, the only other thing, and this is probably just wishful thinking more than anything, is there any probability or any discussion back there between getting a compromise between the Democrats and moderate Republicans on trying to come up with a speaker?
There is some conversations, but very preliminary. And of course, there's a bit of a give and take in all situations. So at this point, it's very behind the scenes, but the most likelihood is that, maybe there will be a compromise to make speaker designate McHenry into temporary speaker McHenry, just to get stuff moving. I think all of us, including Bob and I, are a little bit tired that nothing's moving. And you can see the tension in the air.
Yeah, there's a lot of frayed nerves, as Anna said, but the reality is Democrats aren't going to get a moderate Republican. It's not going to work that way. We might get a moderate Republican from Republicans, but Republicans are going to vote for their guy. They're not going to rely on votes from Democrats. But as Anna said, they may empower McHenry temporarily.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, County Manager.
I want to ask Gregory briefly to, in the event of a government shutdown, the discussions that he's been having with departments. As you know, Coconino County, as most counties, do receive a substantial amount of federal funding for a number of initiatives and programs. And so if I could just ask Gregory to briefly just touch upon some of the work that he and Keith have done in communications with departments and elected offices.
Please do.
Thank you, County Manager Peru, Chair Vasquez, and board members. We have queried all of our departments, and we did deploy a shutdown memo going into the weekend in which they did pass a CR. And that memo is pretty lengthy and contains a number of contingencies. Most notably, the county is in a great position to continue to disperse funds beyond. However, if we get to a 30-day, beyond a 30-day shutdown, then we may have to reevaluate the fronting of cash as it relates to cash flow. So our greatest issues would be the stoppage of certain federal government programs like WIC or SNAP, but we're working very closely with Kim Musselman and her team in HHS, and the state did at that time have enough resources on hand to mitigate any shutdown up to 30 days with an evaluation that would occur after that. So we're in good shape. Our departments have been briefed on this. It's not the first time we've had to update the memo. We updated it back in May when we were facing the debt ceiling. So on the federal side, we've been operating in very unique times since May, with very unique issues coming forward from our Congress. So not really a historical precedent, as Bob mentioned, with the first time a vacated speaker has occurred. So we've been continuing those conversations, and we've been working with our departments to track any interruptions in federal cash flow since May, as we went back dealing with the debt ceiling crisis.
Thank you. Are there any other questions by board members? Supervisor Horstman.
So my Apple Watch just told me that Tom Emmer just dropped out.
I don't even know what to say anymore. I mean, this is a clown show. Sorry.
So unprecedented times, really, I think is the theme. But we'll continue to monitor. We'll be prepared to engage our delegation with advocacy letters. Bob and I and Keith are on the phone weekly, sometimes daily, sometimes multiple times a day, as we track what's happening in Washington and potential impact to the county. And so that's really what we're here to kind of talk about today, is heading into 2024. And
Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, one other thing, and by the way, that's great news about Senator Sinema on appropriations. And, you know, as we move forward, if we ever get a functioning legislature again, but as we move forward, it'd be interesting to see how that might be something that could benefit us here in Coconino County. So that's really good news.
Yeah, it is. I want to echo that, Supervisor. This is huge news. I think it's the first time ever in my research that we've had a congressman of the majority party and a senator of the majority party, because even though Senator Sinema is an independent, she caucuses with the Democrats, ever on the Appropriations Committee. So this is unprecedented. You know, traditionally Arizona has left money, has been what we call a donor state, and this will be the first time, you know, that we'll be able to capture a lot of this money, and it's good for Arizona. It's going to be good for Coconino County.
Good. Thank you, Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you, Anna and Bob. Thank you for being on the line with us and giving some insight from Washington, D.C. And also Greg and Keith, thank you for all your work that you do here. I was just wondering, we're saying 30 days. Have we looked anything beyond 30 days, you know, for our county? That's what I was thinking when you guys were talking about that, because anything could happen. So I'm not sure if Steve has asked the staff to kind of hold back on something, or making sure that, you know, we can ride through this, you know, before, if anything should come up, you know, that it's not foreseen.
Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Begay, that would be appropriate, and we'll monitor it very closely to see the duration of that. If it extends beyond, you know, if there's an indication that it's going to go beyond 30 days, we'll be looking at those questions. But again, at this time, the funding that we do have in place and our ability to backfill, because many of the grants that we do receive is on a reimbursement basis. And so we incur the expense anyway, and then we submit for reimbursement through the state agencies, typically not directly from the feds. But yeah, we'll be monitoring that. If there's any indication that the duration is going to be extended and may have an impact with regard to our budget capacity, we'll be coming back to the board and having those discussions separately.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Bob and Anna? All right, in that case, Good luck out there. Stay strong during this process. Don't pull your hair out, and we really appreciate your support. Gregory, did you have something you want to add?
Yeah, we got to get through our agenda here, would be the intent, if we could. So Bob and Anna would be staying on as we move through this discussion.
Gotcha. Thank you. Supervisor Horseman.
Oh, no, I was just going to say goodbye, but now I'm not.
In that case, please continue with the conversation. or
Thank
the
you.
Presentation.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and board members, and Bob and Anna for being here. Just wanted them to kind of set the stage of what's going on in Washington. In your packets, we've provided a legislative and administrative values document, as well as in a legislative and administrative agenda document. And so, not to belabor them, but we've adopted a very similar approach as we did with the state legislative agenda and values back in August. Recognizing that all of these are values legislatively and administratively that the board has expressed. We've heard you on these issues. We want to make sure that they're in writing and that we're aware and you're aware that we know about them and we're working on them when we can. Given that, we really wanted to condense things down into a list that we think from staff recommendations, this going into the 118th Congress, the second year of it, that we think we can move the needle on. And so if there's no questions on the values and administrative and legislative values, then I'll turn to the agenda. So I want to pause there and see if there's any questions on the values document.
No, I think we're good. Thank you.
Thank you. So really appreciate all the time leading up to this during our individual meetings. We've developed this administrative and legislative agenda, noting that we're seeing efforts that we've already had a letter on the transportation side where there were efforts to reduce or claw back already appropriated funds. We've kept the farm bill on there because that'll be moving. We've kept PILT and SRS dear to us. And then our federal law enforcement, SNAP, CFL, and economic development as it relates to NGS closure, and then supporting Head Start, as we've seen and heard about cuts to Head Start through our NACOG meetings, and then also the abandoned buildings issue. On the administrative side, we've kept the FEMA issue on there, which is, I know we've discussed that last 2 weeks ago at the CSA Summit and its interface with the reimbursements through the wildfire emergency response line item. And then we've kept the 89 on there. Obviously, we have a federal grant that's at play. And then the Bill Williams issue with the Pozzolan mining, the protection of our military installations. And then we've added 2 new components. And I just want to mention these because we did see the declaration of a new national monument in our county. And with that, Supervisor Horseman's been appointed to the BLM RAC, which will position the county to really get into that monument management plan and making sure that our interests are advanced during that planning process. So we've added that on there, as well as the need for enhanced resources given increased visitation for law enforcement in that area. And so those are pretty much working with Bob and Anna, Keith, staff recommendations on where we think we can move the needle heading into this next year of the 118th Congress. And so I'll pause there and answer any questions and then turn it back over to Bob and Anna for their kind of review of how this fits in with their outlook on what's happening in Washington.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Horseman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this. This is great. And I know it took a lot of time. And I think it's I'm sure we'll come up with something else, but it's pretty exhaustive. So thank you.
Actually, and that brings me to bringing something else up. So we did have a request, just so you're aware, that I left a document on the dais from the National Special Districts Coalition. And through Sarah Benatar, who's been working with the coalition, they've asked for our support in legislation that's going to be introduced in Congress to clarify and define what a special district is. We've mentioned that to Bob and Anna. They don't seem to see any issues with that. We would recommend support. So that's something that just came in that we would like to add to this, speaking of adding, but supporting legislation to clearly and accurately define special districts at the federal level.
Supervisor Horstman?
I think sounds like a great idea. I certainly would support that.
Me too. Any other questions, comments? Vice Chair Begay?
Just basically that I support that. We need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Bob and Anna, do you have any comments as it relates to the feasibility of what we've proposed based on your reading of the tea leaves in Washington?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's a very robust agenda, and I think we should throw everything but the kitchen sink at our federal legislators and see what sticks. Having said that, the reality is that when we come to Washington, we should probably focus on 5 items or less that are priorities for the county. If we presented this legislative agenda as is, it would get thrown in what we call the circular file or the trash can, because it's just so far encompassing, people would be confused by what it is. So while I think it's good, and I think, you always have to be adaptable by who's in Congress and who's our representative and things like that, we also need to narrow that scope down to folks, so folks can understand what are our real priorities. So that's the only thing I would caution. Having said that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Please continue.
Well, thank you, Bob and Anna. And just so you know, board, we've sent out the NACO legislative conference registration to your district directors as well as you. That'll be taking place February 10th through the 13th. We're planning Hill visits on the 8th and 9th on the Thursday and Friday prior to that NACO legislative conference. I've already put out a request to some of our departments on interim policy resolutions as it relates to NACO, and if there's anything we want to bring forward. But Bob and Anna and I and Keith are all working in tandem to deliver those visits here in February, making sure that we have a complete package as it relates to your priorities and where we can move the needle. We're also working with Melissa, getting her up to speed so we have good advocacy collateral as we head into those meetings. And so we believe that this staff recommendation here provides us, your direction today provides us with clear direction going forward on how we bring those visits to fruition. So with that, unless there's anything, Bob and Anna, you'd like to bring up, that concludes our presentation.
I think the one thing I would add is, as part of the continuing resolution that was passed a couple of weeks ago, it includes an extension of the Farm Bill until the end of the year, December 30th. I imagine there will be another extension into early next year, early to mid next year of the Farm Bill. So that the Farm Bill is still way off, even though it expired September 30th and just is operating on an extension. So I just want to throw that out there just for everyone's knowledge. And we continue to work on a lot of those items, the county priorities in the Farm Bill. And I think we're seeing some traction on the House side, but the Senate has yet to introduce a bill.
Chair Vasquez, board members, just to pivot on that point, Bob, I know Deputy County Manager Andriani has presented to the Public Land Steering Committee about the Wildfire Commission's recommendations. So given the delays in the Farm Bill, it would be wonderful if we can look at opportunities where we could take some of those recommendations and start to mobilize them through legislation. And so I want to involve the board. That'll be a conversation going forward, but it's certainly on my mind as that report contains some substantive policy matters as it relates to reducing our #1 public health and safety threat in this county, and wildfire and post-wildfire flooding. And so with the delay of that Farm Bill, there could be opportunities to insert additional provisions as it relates to that commission report.
Hey, Gregory, I did just wanted to add that this morning we had the opportunity to brief the Arizona delegation on that same report that is being unveiled tomorrow. So we had all of them except for one office, literally up here. So it's a great job for the members of the commission and obviously to Ms. Deputy County Manager Andriani and all the work that she and Jay Smith had been doing.
Great, thank you. Really appreciate that update. Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, anything else on the presentation? In that case, thank you very much, Bob and Anna. We appreciate your hard work and look forward to seeing you in February. Thank you, team. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you all.
Thanks so much.
Looks like we're a little early for our next presentation, which will be a presentation discussion regarding an update on rural broadband IT. Okay, no problem. We will take why don't we take a 10-minute recess? Thank you. Okay, so we do have quorum. So in order to respect everybody's time and get into our next presentation, our next presentation is a presentation and discussion regarding an update on rural broadband, information technology, and our Information Technology Director, Matt Fowler, will present. Mr. Fowler, all yours.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. Matt Fowler, Helen Costello is also here to discuss rural broadband updates. Today, we're going to be talking about some really exciting news regarding the rural broadband manager, NTIA BEAD overview, the RFI process for broadband partnership, excuse me, and some quick updates regarding ADOT. And of course, allowing opportunity for questions and comments. We're extremely delighted to have Mary Knight be selected as the Coconino County Rural Broadband Manager. If you're not familiar with Mary Knight, she's been a pillar in our community for a long time. She has a lot of relationships, strong ties, and has a passion for education. And she is very eager to get started in championing the discussion around rural broadband, especially with the BEAD dollars that have become available. So if you see Mary, please welcome her to the Coconino County team. She starts on the 30th of October, and we're extremely delighted and excited to have her be an extension of the Information Technology Department. So we're going to talk about BEAD. So this is directly from the ACA website. Broadband Equity Access Deployment is the BEAD acronym for the BEAD program. And really what this is Internet to All. This is an initiative, a federal initiative, $42.5 billion to connect all of America. And so this is really a heavy emphasis on connecting every household, every business, every what we call community anchor institution and community across the U.S. Specifically for Arizona, this is obviously going to promote equity and digital inclusion. It's going to improve on the recent broadband investments across the state, specifically around middle mile, previous strategic program investments, I-17 as an example, and I-40, and then also enhances and coordinates related investments around education, social programs, and economic development. As I mentioned, $42.5 billion across the United States, 993 million allocated to Arizona, ranking 20th. This is very exciting times to us for the state to receive this amount in a stimulus. It is a very competitive process, and that's why we're here today to educate our board. Obviously, all counties are going to be pursuing these dollars. $993 million spread across 15 counties. So the dollars are going to be managed by the Arizona Commerce Authority, known as the ACA. Again, this is contingent on a competitive process that they will underwrite. And the eligibility for BEAD is really last mile only. It does not include middle mile. And in order to have last mile, you have to have middle mile. So, how do we get there? And that's really the challenge. As we look at some of the ACA announcements, there was the 5-year action plan released in August of this year. The recent initial proposal, known as IP Volume 1, was released this month. A second proposal will be released and to be determined in the very near future by ACA. And then we also talk about the FCC challenge period, which is going to be in March of 2024. This is an area of concern for our county, being the second largest in the United States. It's a very large area, obviously. And the FCC challenge is where we validate what the carriers say is available to a particular city, township, community. For example, if a carrier was to say, we provide 100 megabit services to Kachina and 50 megabit services upload, that would not be eligible for BEAD dollars. So what we do is we want to validate, does Kachina have these throughput speeds? And if they don't, we absolutely want to challenge the FCC, really challenge the state, who then challenges the FCC to make sure that our county is eligible for these dollars. If it shows on the FCC broadband map. Otherwise, we're automatically disqualified. So this is an absolute requirement that we challenge the ACA, the FCC map with the ACA in partnership. That's a 1 month duration. It starts in March and ends in March. It's the entire month is allocated to FCC challenge. And so we're working with the ACA on looking at additional resources, being the second largest county in the US and the largest county in the state of Arizona. It's a much bigger task for us than other counties, obviously. And so great partnership opportunities with ACA to tackle this, and then also working with some of our carriers to hopefully share some of the data that they have so we can make sure we get ahead of this important topic. Kind of moving in preparation for the BEAD dollars, what Helen and I in our office have done is really, how do we best prepare, for the BEAD allocation to expand high-speed internet, not only to Flagstaff, but to the entire county. This is a big deal. It's not an easy feat. And a city could go out to an RFI and ask, how could we get there? And they might receive, 10 or 12 or 15 responses. But for us to go out and say, we want to hear from vendors, how could you bring in fiber and high-speed internet to all of Coconino County? What does that look like? What are your ideas? How could we get fiber and high-speed internet to every household, to every business, every community anchor institution, and also connect our critical infrastructure in Arizona? So that's a huge ask. The outcome of this, obviously, our goal is to improve the quality of life for the people that we serve, our citizens, also all the visitors that come through our county to the Grand Canyon in northern Arizona. We have a huge footprint of people that come through Coconino County. We want to make sure that they have the ability to be connected, especially around public and life safety. There's so many examples. Project requirements. We want to make sure that whatever is invested and deployed into Coconino County today is also going to meet the future technology needs of our residents. So as the population may change, making sure that it can stay up with that, in addition to technology changes. So if we need faster speeds into the future, that whatever we build today will be capable and compatible of that in 50 years, as an example. One of the additional emphasis that we wanted to repeat today is that this is to connect every home and every business in the proposed service areas from the respondents. So we're not asking the respondents to come back and look at just one district or a partial district or a particular community. We're asking them to come back and take a look at our entire county and what that looks like. As far as project preferences, we prefer to have all of our Coconino County facilities and infrastructure interconnected into this proposal. Ideally, we'd like to see open access that creates a competitive ecosystem, and also affordable pricing is important. We also want the vendor to assist us with identifying the FCC challenges, the map that I spoke to 2 slides earlier, again, across the entire county. If there's a way to automate that and get the data back to ACA timely, we certainly would be appreciative. We want to get fiber to every home, fiber to every building, and in some cases, fiber to the curb. And what this means is a burial underground deployment versus fixed wireless or large towers that are erected all across the county. We're really looking for a burial deployment. In some cases, there might be some aerial fiber, but right now all the proposals are underground and having very few fixed wireless implementations. That can become problematic in some areas with constituents. Just the size of it, what it looks like, and some concerns around towers in general. And so again, the proposal is to try to minimize as many towers as possible. We don't want to have a ton of towers all across the county to serve high-speed internet. We are asking for 100 megabit per second throughput to make sure that every resident has fair and equitable service. Obviously, there'll be higher bandwidth packages available up to 1 gig. But 100 by 100 is absolutely doable for our communities and for our residents. And that's for residential. Project considerations are a franchise agreement, really to streamline permitting and just to get fiber in the ground faster and to get people connected faster. As these dollars become available, it's really important that we look at all the permitting process. So we've been having great dialogue with community development, Jay Chrisselman, also Deputy County Manager Andy, and really planting the seed of, what does this look like? Where do we want to go? We don't have all the answers, but franchise agreements could certainly be beneficial for our county and also for the respondent. And additionally, project consideration is really a whole county response. Again, not one area, but the entire county in the proposal. The RFI process started on August the 7th of this year, lasted 45 days. We had 3 different respondents, to that RFI response or solicitation. And Helen and I really wanted to include as many people as we could across Coconino County. So we reached out to literally everybody and trying to just make sure that their voices were heard. We all have the same challenges. We're all preparing for the same dollars, and how could we work together? So of course, myself, Helen Costello, the deputy for Coconino County, part of the team, Kane Scott, the IT director out of the city of Page, Paul Santana, deputy IT director, city of Flagstaff, Dr. Stephen Burrell, VP of IT and CIO, Northern Arizona University, Charlie Hendricks, town manager, town of Tucson, and Chuck Hardy, IT manager, city of Sedona. We also received feedback from Fredonia and also made contact with the city of Williams. So the opportunity obviously there is really about collaborating and sharing ideas. And we really appreciate this committee. Their input is highly valuable, and it's really about working together, as I mentioned. So next steps is we're scheduling meetings after the 30th when Mary starts for us to really hit hard on meeting with all of the respondents. This will be done virtually and also in person, really to understand their responses to the RFI, understand how they would go about bringing fiber and internet connectivity to the entire county, look at financial viability, making sure that they actually could implement this type of a project, making sure they can perform. There's a really long dialogue of topics that we would discuss in partnership with these plans to make sure that it really meets the needs of our county and in the best interest of Coconino County. Immediately after that, we're going to be going to an RFP, a request for proposal. This would be solicited and tentatively published by the 31st of January in the coming calendar year. Again, the same committee would come back and review thoroughly what these proposals consist of. We would then come back to the Board of Supervisors to provide recommendations based off of those findings, and then ultimately selecting a vendor in partnership that we would write a letter of support and really partner for the application to the ACA. Once the ACA receives the application submitted by the carrier or vendor, it would go through the underwriting process and to be determined on if any of those BEAD dollars are awarded to that particular application. In addition, for some recent broadband developments, the city of Sedona went out to RFI looking to provide last mile to the residents in Sedona. The same right here for the city of Flagstaff, went out to request for information, really to get fiber, to all residents, just to get everyone connected. And there's so many benefits to that around utilities and other aspects that the city was looking at. Additionally, regarding ADOT, Arizona Department of Transportation, everyone's been aware of the I-17 initiative. If you're not, it's a spanning 67 miles from North Phoenix to right here at the I-40 interchange in Flagstaff. The I-40 West is currently in design, and the construction is expected to start in the summer of 2024, and that'll go all the way to the border of the state for the I-40 project. And then additionally, they're going to be going east, and the design hasn't started yet, but will begin soon, and is expected to go into construction in early 2025. Again, 40 all the way to the boundary of the state of Arizona. ADOT's plans obviously are to leverage technology to make driving safer and roadways safer, weather stations, traffic cameras, wrong way driving detection, the future of autonomous vehicles. Sky's the limit around data collection and how we can leverage that data, message boards, and so on. And so that concludes the presentation this afternoon, and we'd like to open it up for any questions or comments that you may have.
Do we have any questions or comments? Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, it's exciting with the BEAD grants and how we can use that. You know, when we talk about the entire county, we're talking about the second largest county geographically in the country. So, you know, obviously it also contains different jurisdictions and different sovereignties. So I know that presents very unique challenges that we have. So I think it's great to talk about the entire county, but it'll be interesting to see what we can and cannot do with regards to that as we move forward. The other is that we're talking about last mile, and yet we've got so much work that needs to be done in terms of the middle mile. And I know in the past, we've talked about our priorities, middle mile priorities. And I know we've had some hit dead ends with regards to some of those middle mile priorities. So I'd like to know where we are on that. And it's great to talk about the last mile, but we can't even talk about the last mile until we get the middle mile construction done. So I'd like to hear about that.
Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Horstman, it's a great comment and question. We did go for 4 very viable projects for middle mile previously, and unfortunately, we're not awarded for those dollars. What I can say now is that we're getting as prepared as possible for BEAD, which is last mile, and that's where we're really looking to our respondents to come up with capital to build out middle mile and leverage last mile BEAD dollars. So it's very, very difficult because of the size of our county. It's hundreds of millions of dollars. And so it's a very unique situation. But once we review all of the responses, we'll be able to better understand what the capabilities are and then share those with the board. We're optimistic. There's plenty of areas that are unserved or underserved across our county that would be eligible for these dollars. And so we're very eager to hear from the respondents on how they plan on utilizing their investors and their capital to extend fiber into the areas that need it the most.
I did have a question. The funding, I know that there was a window for funding to be assigned. How close are we to that window closing, and do we have funding available, or as you just mentioned, in part of the middle mile, we didn't get funding? Where are we at there? Because I'm still trying to make those connections.
I believe, Chair Vasquez, I believe you're referring to the first series of funding through ACA, which is the Rural Broadband Development Grant, which was an eligibility up to 10 million for rural. And $93 million was allocated to the state of Arizona. Out of the 93 million, Coconino County did not receive a dime, unfortunately. This was discussed with the White House Fellowship and also with NTIA and others. We don't have the answers of why our projects were not selected. However, we're doing the best that we can to prepare for the second series of funding, which is the BEAD last mile dollars. Unfortunately, because we didn't receive the middle mile funding, it makes it more difficult to expand last mile when you don't have middle mile. But that's where we're looking to be as creative as possible in partnership, really in partnership with these carriers as they have interest in coming to our county. There are several carriers that are interested in bringing high-speed internet to the entire county of Coconino. And so that's where our effort is today, is to focus on the upcoming dollars. There will be additional grant programs in the future, like USDA Reconnect, and there's a variety of different funding programs. But today we're focusing on BEAD. The past, I don't want to say is in the past around why we didn't receive those dollars. We're still having really great dialogue with the state and understanding how we can better prepare for the future. But I understand the concern. It's the chicken and the egg. How do you get the last mile if you don't have the middle mile? And here we are pursuing last mile, but we don't have anything to connect it to. They're the same concerns that we have. And we're very, very optimistic that these proposals and responses to our RFI will help paint that picture and tell the story on how we can get there. It's very difficult. And being as large as we are, it's not an easy feat. So once we better understand the options, hopefully it will be for the entire county and we can share that success. It might be a portion of the county. It might be a subset. These are things we don't know until this is properly vetted and discovered. But we have the right team and the right resources. And thank you to the board on allocating, the limited term for the rural broadband manager, so we can really champion this topic 100% without distraction. And really, that's what Mary Knight's role is going to be. We're going to do everything in our power to hit a home run or a grand slam, but there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that we're going to go along this journey and get all of these homes and communities connected, but we're absolutely going to try our best.
Thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, and I'm sure we will try our best, because that's what we do here in Coconino County. But I think some concerns are the need to prioritize, and some of that priority on the BEAD grant money is going to be where we can utilize it because of a lack of middle mile for a lot of Coconino County. So I get that. But, we as a board have set priorities for rural broadband priorities that have not been able to be met. So we were looking to come up with Plan B. And I'm not sure we ever did shift to Plan B. And, so I guess my question is this something we as the board need to take a look at? And that is prioritizing, especially our middle mile priorities, and with our limited funds. And I understand some of the BEAD is going to be where we can use it because it's last mile money. But I'm really concerned as to, do we need to review our priorities for rural broadband?
Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Horstman, I believe every county should have their priorities established regarding infrastructure and broadband. I think what you're referring to is the 89 project as maybe Plan A. And so that was something that we were heavily pursuing and ran into a lot of different obstacles around right-of-way and other particular challenges. However, 2.5 years ago, maybe 3, we pivoted to looking at other options, Plan B, that were not in that area. What could we do in Fort Valley, Baderville, off 180, looking at all types of areas across the county? And those are those projects that were submitted to ACA prior that unfortunately were not approved.
So is there, so we're just done? Is there no, I guess what I'm trying to say is, would it be beneficial for us in Coconino County to come up with priorities on our rural broadband areas? I don't know what, if anything, is going to come up. Maybe that window is closed when ARPA closed and the infrastructure bill closed. And maybe we're just stuck. But I'm not sure, and maybe I'm the only one on the board that feels this way, but I'm not sure we have a clear sense of where our priorities are with regards to rural broadband, especially the middle mile. I understand last mile, we're going to have to just go where we can go.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I
County
could
Manager.
also just ask to help in response to the question, Matt, will the results of the RFQ that we're issuing provide enough information back to us from which then the board could look at prioritization? Because again, I think using data, using the information that is provided through the process would give, as I just indicated, more information by which priorities could be established. That's my question to you, channeling.
Sure. Chair Vasquez, County Manager Peru. the whole purpose of the RFI is for us to learn what the possibilities are. So we can then disseminate that and then share that information so we can hopefully make some decisions on getting people connected. That's the whole intent. I guess the challenge is, and back to your question, Supervisor Horseman, around ARPA and different stimulus dollars. In the future, are there going to be more dollars? I can't answer that question. I will say that in my opinion, that this amount of money being allocated to broadband connectivity is once in a lifetime. I don't think we're going to see these type of investments ever again. So it's really important that we have great dialogue with the state and our governor's office and others to help us get middle mile infrastructure developed. However, with these programs being targeted for last mile, it just requires a lot of partnership and conversations to figure out how we can overcome these challenges. The ask that we have right now to the respondents to the RFI is for them to use their capital companies, their seed investors. There's a lot of money right now in the broadband industry. And so we're very, very optimistic and hopeful that they're going to come to the table, because they know that Coconino County, we do not have the cash or the funding to build out across the entire county. It's hundreds of millions of dollars. It's just not an option for us. So we're very optimistic that they're going to come to the table and say, this is what we can do, and we'll better understand and share that information so decisions can be made.
Supervisor Horseman.
And thank you, County Manager, for the channeling, because obviously to make it very clear, I do, and that's great. I think it does need to come back to the board. And I think we, the board, need to take a look also on setting some priorities for the middle mile. I understand the last mile to a certain degree is going to be what's there. On the other hand, as you've pointed out, there may be also opportunities with these providers to look at middle mile connectivity as well. So I think it'd be great to bring that back to the board. I would really, really welcome an opportunity to take a look at that. It's been a while. We did have to punt because option A wasn't an option anymore. And I think we, the board, and again, I may just be me, but I think we have lost sight of where we're going in terms of our priorities as a board. So I think that would be helpful.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. Vice Chair Begay.
Yeah, thank you, Matt, for the presentation, and Helen. I've always was concerned about the broadband, where it's at, the middle mile, and then the final mile, and it seems like the puzzle is kind of scattered here in front of me, and I'm trying to figure out, where we're really headed with this. But you did explain a little bit of it, that, the RFI is just kind of get to know just the general pieces of it. But I think it is important that that we really go and find out exactly what we want as far as the board is concerned. And also I do have a big concern about why our applications or RFPs or whatever it is are being denied. How is there another way that we can put it, or how hard the ones that are getting approved, doing their, maybe there's just one simple word they're using, that's always the case too, because I've had at some time in my jobs, I had to look at proposals, and that's how it was. So anyway, and I do agree with Patrice, I think we really need to sit down and talk about this, because anything that we discuss as far as the broadband is going to affect all our people here. And we're trying to connect everyone together, all the households and our communities, and every infrastructure there is out there. And then also and then that's going to help our people out there that will be utilizing that. So right now, I know the Navajo Nation, I'm not sure how far they are at either, because the same thing is happening. You have so many people in there that, there's the same question again, where are we going with this? Where's the county? The county's not involved. as far as, like Flagstaff to do the reservation. Okay, because that's where they should be picking up from there, but where's the collaboration? That type of thing. So it's just like, in communication, we're trying to do that, but I've been in some of those meetings and we started off with a group of 80 some people, but now to date, that is maybe like at least 30, 35 people that are in attendance. So we need to do something with that. And I think this is something that possibly work session for the board and the staff and, see how we can work this, because we don't have the middle mile and we're looking only at the last mile, then maybe that's why it's hindering, the certain funds too. So those are things that we really need to look at as a board. So I do support that we need to do what we're doing, to get everybody connected. But I know for the reservation, it's going to be really hard because one family might live 5 miles away from the main road. Another one lives like 15 miles down the same road, further down. How do we connect those people? And that's, and I'm pretty sure some areas here, like in Flagstaff, Williams, or Page, Fredonia, the same way again. So how do we do that? We're trying to attract everyone. And so how do we do that? So maybe we might have to take a little step back and really take a look at it and just do a work session with it and as a whole, and just move on from there, and never know, we're not going to get any more ARPA funds for sure, and we know that. So what other funds are there that we can tap into? And knowing that there's a lot, maybe we could go by county, cities, and, start that way. I don't know, so I'm just kind of, because we're really large as a county. So I'm just sitting here thinking about all of that, how the puzzles are going to be put together. And this presentation, is kind of like where I think, we really just need to get together on it. That's what we need. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have a follow-up question. I noticed on the presentation, I believe RFI is due end of January 2024. That's the plan to turn in our plan to see if we get funded. Is that correct?
Chair Vasquez, that's not correct. The RFI is what we just concluded, is just a request for information, just to see the interest from all the respondents. That's finalizing. We're preparing to meet with all those carriers in the coming 2 weeks once Mary is onboarded after the 30th of October. And that's where all that dialogue is going to take place. Immediately after that is where we're pivoting. This is a learning process on both sides. The carriers are learning our needs. We're learning what the carrier can actually do. And then we're going to be pivoting to what's called an RFP. And the request for proposal will be solicited no later than the end of January of 2024. Hopefully we have that even in December, but we're giving ourselves a little bit of a cushion because of all the different topics and challenges around broadband. We want to make sure that we sharpen our pencil and understand exactly what we're going after. So we do this once and we do it right to best prepare for the funding. And so that's when we do the RFP. We'll have a certain duration of time for the RFP to be solicited and to close. Once it's closed, we'll go through the committee review. We'll bring back that information to the board of what we've learned and hopefully have a very strong, viable application submitted to ACA that'll be approved. ACA could come back and say, we like the proposal, but we're only going to give you X amount versus what you're requesting. And that could really shift the overall map of broadband expansion across our county. And those will be conversations to be determined because we don't know what the underwriting and the outcomes of those applications are going to look like at this time. One comment is just as a follow-up, just to educate on previous board presentations, just as a friendly reminder that typically fiber follows interstates, follows even railroad, right? Historically. Unfortunately, we haven't seen that in Arizona. Until recently, we're seeing more and more investments, and we're very hopeful. I mean, the state's doing a phenomenal job of extending fiber up to 17, taking it from the 40 to the west, 40 to the east. The last portion is going north. And if you look at a map, that is the most viable route is the 89. We do have Highway 64, but it doesn't go all the way to the border. So that's why we were having an emphasis previously on the 89 is because we already knew that the 17 was coming to us. It only made sense to then extend and go as far as we could on the 89. And to Supervisor Begay's comments, it's not easy. And I know you're fully aware of this, but the right of way, the landowners, it hasn't been where the county hasn't had an interest in trying to pursue these routes to bring high-speed internet to those that need it. We haven't been successful handing off to say, hey, if we build right here, are you willing to allow it? Right? And that's a totally separate challenge that a work session we certainly could, if needed, and I'll defer to County Manager Peru for guidance on that in the future. And I think to Supervisor Horseman's comment, let's go where we're not going to have those challenges so we can utilize these investments and get those connected now. So we're going in two different, we understand your comments and we understand District 5 Supervisor Fowler's comments. We understand the needs, but we are looking at all 5 paths, all 5 districts. Obviously there's need everywhere. And so I'm very, very hopeful that this RFI going to an RFP will really be that visual representation that you're looking for, that'll paint the picture, if you will, to give you a better understanding of what this looks like without guarantee. And then we'll have a better understanding of what options that we can take along that journey.
No, I appreciate that, the response to those comments and questions. My only ask would be that we might not be able to fit in these next 2 months a whole work session, but that we're periodically coming back to this topic and discussing it, so that way we're aware and an extended period of time doesn't pass and then we're paying catch up again, because that's kind of the way it feels right now. And so, and I know, I don't think it's intentional, or it just things happen, like things moving so fast. And so in order to make sure that we don't get in the same situation again, I would just ask that we could have periodic updates on where we're at in this process as you're meeting with those vendors, so that we can know kind of where we're pivoting towards, and we can start giving you some guidance and be more engaged when you're ready for that feedback from us, so that we're not waiting and then all of a sudden we're scrunched trying to make decisions. Vice Chair Begay.
Yeah, I was just looking at your goals and objectives too, and connecting all households. Have we done, or when will we know about how many households we're talking about? Or is there, I think that makes a big difference too. You know, when there's a lot of people in one area would be something like a priority, you know, so we get a lot more at one than going way out of nowhere, you know, and then you're talking about community institutions and things like that. So do you have any data, or at what point will we kind of get a little bit information on that?
Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Begay, it's a great question. And that's what the FCC challenge map is for, so we can have an accurate representation of that data. We do have data today, but it's inaccurate data. So, but we can absolutely look at our census maps and all of our geospatial data to identify households in particular communities throughout the entire county, who has internet, who does not. The eligibility for BEAD, though, isn't just about unserved, it's about underserved. And so we take all those factors in so we can identify who has very little versus some. But obviously, even if it's under 25 megabit down and 3 megabit up, it's still not enough per the guidelines. So, but after March, during the FCC challenge period, is where we'll be able to finalize that data, so we can share that back to the chair and to the Board of Supervisors to give you a better representation of those numbers, if that's helpful.
Thank you. Supervisor Horseman?
Yes, and this just a question, because I cannot remember the particulars of this, but I know I talked with the Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce recently, and that Julie Pastrix had was looking for the county to see somehow to sit down and talk about potential priorities and prioritization. Did she ever reach out to Coconino County?
Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Horseman, not to my
That's
awareness.
We can reach back out.
However, I will say that the city of Flagstaff has been a great partner to date. We have very good, dialogue around, broadband and other technical challenges that we're both facing. We were originally looking to do a joint RFI but we're looking also at, it's difficult, obviously, because we don't want to have everything just be about Flagstaff, right? And there could be speculation of why aren't we doing an RFI with other cities? So I think this is a very good political move. They're very smart and they're engaged and they're looking at opportunities for the city that's in their best interest. And so are we, frankly, and we do operate differently. We have different priorities. We have different footprint, land boundaries, so on. Some of the dialogue around franchise agreements, obviously, to your point earlier, Supervisor, is that different jurisdictions, we cannot govern how they're going to handle franchise agreements. But they're great questions and conversations and dialogue because we're all going to be facing the exact same conditions here very soon.
You're right. And I think partnership is really key in getting the input from as many of the partners as we can. So, and I know City of Flag has always been a good partner. I know City of Page and Fredonia have also been involved in some of these discussions as well. So I just am curious because it's the comment that was made, and of course my response was, why haven't you given Matt Fowler a call? So I'm wondering if she had. So I will reach out again and recommend that they do that. So
There could be
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, there could be the possibility, since they're concluding their RFI. I know that the IT director, CJ Perry, called and asked if I or Helen would participate. Maybe that's when those conversations will arise, giving them the benefit of the doubt. That could be. But to answer, we've never had any correspondence to date. But like I said, they're great and we're happy to have that dialogue when appropriate.
Thank you. County Manager.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. A couple of mentions of ARPA have come up in this presentation, and again, rewinding back to when we did receive the allocation of ARPA funding, speaking on behalf of other counties chose to invest heavily in broadband. Navajo County, Yuma County, a couple other counties chose to invest in that area. My recommendation, and we all know the process quite well, is that our needs were different at that time. Our needs were to address the backlog of cases in the criminal justice system, and as a result of that, significant investments of temporary funding, which will again transition out in December 2024 will take place. We also chose to invest in creating mental health division within our HHS department to address youth mental health in particular. And so again, another important need of the county. And so I think the reason I'm saying this is that there probably is the reality that other counties had a head start because of the investment that they made with their ARPA funding, and may have done, I don't know, the technical part, but they invested in probably areas that create an advantage, that some of those investments are already there. And so again, I can't speak to the technical pieces about why ACA chose not to, consider our proposals, but again, our ARPA funding was directed differently.
I have a question related to that. Is ACA connected to the infrastructure bill? Because I know in the infrastructure bill, it was a lot of money put in for broadband. And so is this the same thing? Because ARPA sounds like something different pot of money. So did we decide not to invest in ARPA and went for infrastructure funds and did not get funding? Is that pretty much what happened, or is there some overlap there?
I cannot answer. Maybe Gregory has some information on the origin of that funding. I don't.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot real quick. And if I say anything incorrectly, Greg, if you don't mind joining. But I think you summed it up quite well in regards to the priorities for the county and those decisions that were made via the board, and to County Manager Peru's point, that the needs were different at that time regarding ARPA. So those ARPA dollars were expended a variety of ways and they were not allocated towards infrastructure. The IIJA is the first round of funding that we're referring to that we put in 4 projects. And as this is a public meeting, in fairness of ACA, one of those was selected but defaulted. So that means the vendor did not perform or ACA didn't sign a contract. Either way, it didn't happen, so we didn't receive the dollars. That was $937,000, so it was very small investment. But Greg, if you don't mind
The BEAD grant as well as the rural broadband were authorized through the IIJA law. They were passed through the state. The state led a competitive process.
Okay, so, and then through that competitive process, we just weren't funded
Correct.
from that funding. Okay,
That's correct,
all right.
Chair.
Thank you for that clarification, because as we're talking about our ARPA investments, it's important to make that distinction. So Supervisor Horstman.
And thank you, Chair, because I was also going to make that point, especially to follow up what the county manager had indicated. You know, first of all, I think we in Coconino County are very proud of the fact that we used our ARPA funds for behavioral and mental health programs. And that was such an important need here and remains an important need in Coconino County. But I think also we were, quite frankly, at least more than hopeful that there'd be money available under IIJA, to be honest. And we thought that would be the pocket or the bucket of money we would go in. And, you know, I know it was, we have a different administration now. Maybe that would have made a difference. Maybe it wouldn't have made a difference. But I think we were all disappointed that we did not end up, here it is, you know, rural Coconino County, one of the largest, second largest in the country, and to be given nothing. I think was a big surprise for all of us. So.
And just to add to that, I think that we might have made different decisions on ARPA if we would have been able to see in the future that we wouldn't be getting infrastructure money, because I distinctly remember once that bill was passed, we kind of put broadband to the side thinking we were going to get funding from that other area. So well, yes, we should have. Agreed. All right. Are there any other questions or comments? Vice Chair Begay.
Chair, yeah, I just think that is doable and we just need to keep going. I mean, prayers get answered too. Thank you.
And what's that old adage? If you build it, they will come. All right. So, and it's unfortunate. It sounds like the middle mile, we have some work to do, but if we can secure that end mile, then maybe it'll build itself in between. And so hopefully that'll be attractive enough to some of these vendors to help build that middle mile if we can get that last mile funding. So I look forward to the update as you work with those vendors and seeing how we go with this. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for your time.
All right, with that, I believe we are through our agenda up until the special session at 5:30 this evening
That is correct.
to discuss the vacancy of Supervisor Ryan and the process that we will go to replace him.
That is correct.
So we will adjourn this meeting up until 5:30. Thank you, everyone. Where's my agenda? All right, welcome back, everybody. So we can get this going because I know there are other things going on that people would like to participate in. We will have a final discussion for the evening to discuss regarding the process to fill the vacancy for District 3 Coconino Supervisor that will occur with Supervisor Ryan last day being December 31st, 2023 due to retirement pursuant to ARS 38-431.03 A1. The board may vote to enter executive session on this item. And so County Manager Peru will present.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board and staff. I want to introduce the team that's working on this project and process, and then the presentation will be provided by one of the members of the team. So introduction of our team, I want to credit Nate Wren, County GIS. He has done an amazing job in building an interactive map to assist residents with confirming their address within District 3. This tool will be available to those submitting letters of interest. Next, we have Stephen Pellegrini, Senior Communications Manager. Credit to Stephen for building the vacancy appointment website that we're going to be presenting tonight, the candidate application form, and producing messaging and communications, including the operation of the public comment portal, in addition to managing media relations and candidate inquiries. Next, recent addition, our own Melissa Randazzo, County Communications Director, instrumental in building an extensive communications plan to clearly relay information to residents on the entire vacancy process, keeping our residents informed about the process. And then Corey Ringenberg, who is leading the project team, Special Initiatives Director, and he is going to be presenting the information to the board tonight. And as I have indicated to him, since this is his congratulatory project for completing his CPM certificate at ASU. So with that, Corey is on deck for you.
I'm going to call on Lindsay to help me here. Perfect. So in case anyone is curious, it's the top of the second. Arizona is up 1-0. Just in case.
Thank you for that update.
Absolutely. Chair. We promise to keep you engaged this evening. Chair Vasquez, members of the board. First, I'd like to thank Lindsay for being the historian of the record and sharing so much information with our team in past vacancy processes. So before we get started, we want to share that everyone has a copy of the presentation in their packets. All of this material was presented and prepared for your packets. However, the team has been working diligently behind the scenes, so we have some up-to-date information to share with you today. In addition, I want to precede the presentation with one brief statement, which is anytime the term statement of interest is referenced in the presentation, we have changed it to letter of interest. The reason behind that is candidates, when filing, they file a statement of interest, and we don't want there to be any confusion in this appointment process. So with that, I will begin advancing. Maybe. We'll do this. So as Chair Vasquez so eloquently stated, we're all here today because Supervisor Ryan has submitted his formal resignation effective December 31st. And the board accepted that resignation on October 10th. Today's meeting, we are here to discuss a proposed process to move forward with filling that vacancy. Pursuant to ARS 16-230, the Board of Supervisors shall appoint someone to fill this vacancy. That appointment shall not take place until after the seat is vacated, so sometime in January. So today we're going to describe for you four distinct options. And we're going to refer to them as options 1, 2, 3, or 4. Option 1, simply put, the board may appoint someone. No recruitment, no process necessary. You may have a candidate that you would like to appoint, and you can do so. That's option 1. Option 2, you can solicit or request letters of interest from the public, review those letters of interest, and make an appointment based solely on the letters. Option 3, you may request letters of interest, review those letters of interest, determine who you would like to review further, interview those candidates, and make an appointment. Lastly, option 4, you can request letters of interest, interview all of the candidates who submit letters of interest, and make an appointment. Obviously, there are some distinct differences between the four, and keeping in Coconino County fashion, we try to have a more inclusive process. So the staff recommendation is a hybrid between options 3 and 4, dependent on the number of letters of interest received. So if there is an overwhelming number of letters received, then apply additional screening to determine which candidates you would like to interview and review further. Are there any questions about the 4 outlined processes thus far?
Supervisor Horstman.
No questions, but it's basically what we did when Supervisor Liz Archuleta's position, when she left her position, was really 3. And I assume that I'm going to ask my colleagues. I think that's kind of where what we're looking for.
Here.
Vice Chair Begay.
I'm in agreement with number 3, and we did go by that in the last vacancy that we had, and I think it's only fair, to go ahead and I'll go with that as option number 3.
And I agree. As the person who last went through that process, I had to go through it. They got to go through it. I think it's important for full transparency and that the public get to see the candidates, hear them out, and then that way, when we do make our decision, everything's out there for transparency purposes. So I like 3 or a merger of 3 and 4, depending on the number of candidates that I don't want to interview 10 people, but if we have that many, then we'll think of some screening to get it down a little less.
If I may.
Supervisor Horstman.
As in my recollection, and I think this is what you're recommending, Corey, as well, and that is that we get the applications, we do a paper screening, and then we come down to, depending on what we're thinking, 2, 3, 4 candidates, or if we feel we want to interview 5, we can interview 5, but it leaves it up to us. But we do a paper screening and then make a decision as a board how many we really want to interview, and that may really depend on the written application, if you will.
A question, what kind of timeline are we talking about? Like, what kind of window will the public have the opportunity to apply? Okay, sorry.
Chair Vasquez, you read my mind. Our next item to discuss is the proposed timeline for such recommended process. So not included on this slide, the communications team is prepared to release a press release tomorrow with any information you wish to share with the public. The proposed timeline here is adjustable, but for all intents and purposes, we'll go with the outlined times, and I'll provide you any edits or adjustments that we found to be beneficial to the process. Beginning with October 27th, this Friday, we would be prepared to stand up the solicitation website where candidates may enter their information, submit their letter of interest, and begin that process as early as this Friday. The next date listed is November 3rd. After careful consideration, we would pursue adjusting that date to the 6th at 8 a.m., which is a Monday. This would include an additional weekend for applicants to file their letter of interest. Next, we have a review process. November 6th and 7th, which is a Monday, Tuesday, staff will verify which candidates meet the minimum qualifications. And the minimum qualifications are determined to be a registered voter, residing in the District 3 current boundaries, and registered as a Democrat. Those are the only three minimum requirements. Lastly, on this slide, November 8th, all documents collected from letters of interest and submitted by candidates would be bundled and prepared for the November 14th Board of Supervisors packet. Yes, sir.
Quick question or comment. Can you clarify those living in district? Because I know we're going to be going through redistricting, and so can you clarify which boundaries we're talking about?
Absolutely. So for all intensive purposes, this process will rely on the current District 3 boundaries. Those boundaries are the boundaries that Supervisor Ryan had to apply under. And fulfilling the duration of his term, this appointment would also follow the same guidelines that Supervisor Ryan had. Now, the new boundaries, as this board has set forth in the redistricting, will take effect January 1 of 2025. This appointment would only take place from January of 24 to December 31st of 25. So 24, my apologies. So it's a 1-year appointment, completing the duration of Supervisor Ryan's term and under the current conditions of that term.
Do we have any other questions from supervisors?
That makes sense because, we as a board have already talked about when the new boundaries go into effect. So we're electing to appoint under the existing, and if that person runs, of course, they have to be under the new boundaries. So.
Yes, thank you. I asked that question so that we could have that conversation. Appreciate it.
But that's going to be hard to explain because that's been really hard to explain to people right now.
It is, and that's why we want to be talking about it more rather than less. Vice Chair Begay, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I have it pulled up. It's currently 1-1, and it's the bottom of the second. So continuing on in the process, we referred to bundling all of the information collected from candidates on November 8th and preparing it for the November 14th regularly scheduled board meeting. At this board meeting, there would be time to discuss the letters of interest and determine if a particular number of candidates should be interviewed or if all candidates should be interviewed. So this meeting on November 14th could determine if you stick with option 3 or 4.
Question on that. On that date, when we're having this conversation during a regular scheduled board meeting, it won't be actually naming candidates, right? We're talking more of like who numbers, or how will that, like if we're screening folks for interview, are we going to be telling folks these are who we want at this meeting, or is there another process for it?
I think what we're trying to ask is, can we do this in executive session?
For that, I will defer to Heather Mosier from the County Attorney's Office.
Thank you.
Yes, and for those of you who are on the board, the last time this process was followed, in executive session, you can discuss the candidates. You cannot make any decisions. So you can't narrow it in executive session, but you can discuss the candidates and formulate your own ideas about what you would want to do. And I was speaking with the clerk of the board earlier today, consistent with what you did last time. If you want to discuss candidates in executive session, we do have to give them 24 hours notice that they are going to be discussed. And they have the opportunity to ask that they only be discussed in public session if that is what they choose.
No, I appreciate that. What I was actually getting at is on the 14th, will the candidates who have applied for this position be publicly posted, and we'll be discussing actual names, or are we just talking more process stuff? That was more the root of my question, but I appreciate the clarification on executive session. Supervisor Horstman?
You know, what I recall from last time, and I thought it worked out really well. And so I'd recommend that we consider this, and that is that we do go into executive session for paper screening to take a look at it. And that we do notify the candidates that we may be discussing them in executive session. That gives them the option if they want to have it in an open public meeting. I do recall there was one applicant who did want any discussion of that application in open meeting, but everybody else was fine to have it internally. And then when we came out of executive session, we, the board, made a motion to interview candidates, and we listed the candidates that we wanted we made a motion, and it was an open public meeting to interview the candidates we wanted to interview. And I think it worked really well then. And it kind of laid a precedent, if you will, and I don't see any reason to change that unless you both disagree with me.
Vice Chair Begay?
I think when we did the last interviews and the processes here, it really worked out really well. And we're almost similar to everything that's here and being recommended and being shared currently. So I have no qualms about, not going and doing almost similar to something that we did the last time because it worked out really good. Thank you.
Thank you. And I concur. I just appreciate the discussion so that we can clarify, so that way it's out there for the public, those are listening, and what we share with the public, it's clear, and everybody knows expectations, so that they make it to November 14th. We're gonna already start talking about you. Please continue.
Thank you, Chair. The next bullet is probably the most important, which is the November 30th and December 1st, Thursday, Friday. That time is projected as a potential interview date. And depending on the number of candidates and the duration of interviews, 2 days may be needed to screen all of the candidates you choose. So November 30th and December 1st.
Yeah, and what I see missing here from what we did before is we had a meeting, we came up with questions. We had a standard set of questions that we, the board, had agreed on, and those are the questions we used. We also set a time limit of 1 hour per candidate, and we let them know at the very beginning, you have, I'm making this up, you have 10 questions, and you have, 5 minutes to answer each of those questions, and then we'll give you time at the end to ask any of us any questions. We kept them to 1 hour. And we kept them all to 1 hour, and it was interesting. Some people used their hour and some people did not. So
I distinctly remember 4 questions over 30 minutes, but that was my recollection, being under the hot seat.
Absolutely. And the November 14th meeting, we can discuss in its entirety the process you would prefer after knowing how many candidates you'd like. And then staff would be happy to schedule and arrange for those interviews to take place with your guidance on what questions and what process to follow.
but we need to have a meeting for the questions.
Yeah, that's what my
Yeah, we
question
have a
was.
meeting.
If you,
And not just, I guess the question would be on that timeline that you're showing here, when can we as the board get those questions or work through those questions to develop them, so that either we have those questions ready for the 14th or we have them ready for the 30th. So it's really an either or question of kind of timing when we're going to have those questions available. County Manager Pruitt.
Mr. Chair, we will address that when we start with the next few slides. We're going to go over each of the meeting dates, and we'll be addressing the question about at what point are the questions formulated and adopted. So that's going to happen in the next couple of slides.
Great, thank you. In that case, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. So again, November 30th, December 1st being 2 of the most important dates in this timeline, which leads us up to the December 5th date. The hope is by following this schedule or any iteration of it, by December 5th, during a regularly scheduled board meeting, the board may discuss and select their top candidate based off of the interviews that were conducted and the review that you have taken. On the December 5th, if you have that information available, then during the next January meeting, the first meeting in January, an appointment may take place. Any questions on the last timeline?
Chair, if I may, sorry.
Supervisor Horstman.
And I don't want to really prolong this, but one of the things we did before is we met after we did the interviews, and we actually met and deliberated immediately thereafter because it's fresh in our mind. We remember it, we remember the people, we remember the questions, remember what they said. And quite frankly, at that deliberation meeting, we picked the top candidate. And so when I see what you're talking about here, my concern is there's way too much of a time lag on it. I would rather see it shortened, and I would rather us being able to deliberate. And if we want, and if we feel we're there to make that decision after our deliberation, if we aren't there, we need to carry the deliberation over, carry that deliberation over to the next day, so that it's much, we're right on top of, it's a very short time period. Our memories fade quickly, and this is probably the best way to keep it all straight in our heads.
No, I appreciate that, Supervisor Horstman, because you articulated what I was thinking. What I was looking at is from the perspective of a candidate was, this is a long process to go through. Like, I was thinking, man, it was almost easier just to do a quick week process, or so. I would agree that we need that more flexibility for discussion. But I think beyond that, I think the timetable looks doable.
Excellent. Moving forward, we've embedded a calendar for you to make notes of the dates and to visualize what that timeline may look like. So this proposed timeline takes place over pretty much the month of November. But feel free to use this for any individual notes or any highlights of the dates.
Supervisor Horstman.
I think the real thing here is for us to decide whether we think that the timeline for the time for the press release and when the statement of interests are due, whether that's enough time. I know it's compressed partly because we're coming up to the holidays. But it does mean, before we did have a very compressed time deadline with supervisor. And so we could do that, but we have a little bit more time here. So I guess my question to my colleagues is, do you feel the October 7th for the press release and solicitation, and then November 6th for the statement of interest must be due? Is that enough time? Are we comfortable with that?
So November 6th would be how many days from today?
November 6th would be 5 business days and 2 weekends.
So that's really the question you're asking, Patrice, is that enough public notice? Or based on the fact that we do have some flexibility, do we want to push it back a little bit more? Board members? Vice Chair Begay?
How much time did you have last round?
Well, they put it out on a Thursday and I interviewed on the following Friday.
We gave them overnight. No. I think
That was a little too fast, but I feel what was said earlier about, the process being drawn out, but maybe what we need to do is give time for people to actually decide to apply. So
I think so. I think we should give them a little bit more time other than what's on here.
So if that was the case, are folks comfortable with, say, accepting applications till Friday the 10th, maybe? And that still gives us enough time to be on schedule for the 14th? Or if that's a little too far, maybe Wednesday the 8th or Thursday the 9th?
I like your idea of the 10th, actually. Yeah.
Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Horseman, with respect to the 10th, that is Veterans Day. We embedded that into the decision-making as well as trying to be observant of the board's packets, making sure that it could be prepared in time for your packet. We also tried to keep away from any of the Thanksgiving holidays or other scheduled events, but we are open to any schedule that fits the board's prerogative.
The 10th obviously is not an option.
Right.
So then the question is the 9th an option or is it better to go the 8th? Because I do like pushing it back a couple days, but I do understand the packets and staff needs and considering it's going to be a holiday. So what's the preference? Well, will Thursday work or is that still pushing it on Wednesday needed for
Well,
packets and in order to be able
If
to
I
be on?
may, Deputy County Manager Brown has an alternative date.
Chair, if you would like, we can, instead of requiring them to be due on the 10th, we can move it to Monday morning at 8 a.m. So that would be the 13th. It would give them that full weekend then as well.
But would that give staff enough time to have it prepared for the 14th for our review?
Yeah.
I do want to give staff the opportunity to prepare as well. And so while I appreciate pushing it out to that Monday, I would almost prefer to do it before Veterans Day and give staff the opportunity to compile and prepare stuff for the packets.
If we can, Mr. Chair, ask Lindsay Daly to
Thank-
respond to that. please.
Thank you, Manager Prue. Also, we need to consider that we have to give those candidates that you're going to discuss in exec session, which we won't know then until Monday at 5. They have to have 24 hours notice and have 24 hours to make a decision, which then we would have to notify 24 hours before. So the Monday wouldn't necessarily work if you want to go into an exec session to talk about the candidates on Tuesday, the 14th.
We could move the whole thing back by a week. I mean, I think trying to give them more time and yet trying to keep what is the date? The November 8th date isn't going to work. So I think if we're going to move it back, we're going to give them more time to decide and get their statement of interest due. I think everything else has to move forward too. I mean, that would be my thought.
And so where that gets complicated is you have Thanksgiving right in the middle. And so whereas it would be easy to just throw that meeting to the 21st, now you're talking about the Tuesday right before Thanksgiving to do these initial, have everything due, like, or at least discuss it. Unless, is there the possibility of doing like a special, no? 'Cause that's- Yeah, it's
Chair, if I may, we are prepared with over 6 alternative schedules. We can complete the overview of this and based off the information presented, you may decide that an additional meeting is necessary to make that final decision.
So it sounds like the important piece is the end goal, which is to have the preferred candidate by the end of December 5th. So considering we have Thanksgiving in there and and Christmas, so that's kind of like our target that we have to complete. So what would be an alternative of pushing it back that would keep us within a decent timeline? And not, I mean, keep in mind, if we need to do it in a week, we did it in a week for me, so it's not like it's impossible. But what is, based on kind of the discussion going, what is the preferred scenario that you would present to us?
Mr. Chair, again, pushing it out a week, pushing the end date from the 5th to the 12th is not a problem. Is not a problem. So again, if your instructions to us is that we want to expand the application time, and then we'll make the adjustments to the rest of the calendar, but then again, looking at the 12th of December as the meeting that we were intending to have on the 5th is not a problem.
for whatever it's worth, I would like to see a little bit more time at the front end of this.
And with
Okay.
that direction, again, we can work
Mhm.
on the calendar. When we do come back, at the next meeting of the board, we can provide an updated calendar based on your direction tonight.
Okay, if December 5th is not the hard date and the 12th works, it sounds like
Yeah.
for everybody involved, that would be the best way. So why don't we plan on moving forward in that direction? We're,
We also have a board meeting on November 21st. So potentially what we could do is move what we were going to do on the 14th to the 21st.
That'd be good.
And then that can continue the interviews on November 30th, potentially still, where it's not too much time for the candidates like you were talking about, Supervisor Horstman.
no, I like that. And that also gives us the target for the 5th. But if we need to continue conversation in terms of candidates, it allows us to have the flexibility of one more week to make that decision. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I started thinking the 21st Thanksgiving week, I'm checked out already. But we do have a meeting, so.
It's more the week after Thanksgiving, the Tuesday, November 28th. That's hard because we would be doing a packet on Thanksgiving Day for you if we had a board meeting on the 28th. So that's why we have the board meeting on the 21st, because all the work takes place ahead of it. And then not a board meeting on the 28th.
Well, that makes sense because we want you with your families, not putting together packets.
If I may, I would love it if you could just come up with another plan that works for the staff, that doesn't have people working over Thanksgiving. We want you to be home, and just kind of send that out to us. I think that would be great. We can't respond because we don't want to violate the open meeting law, but at least you could give us what your recommendation is, given our direction to you for some more time up front. Would that work?
I believe so. Yes, thank you. The only other question that I have is, as far as publicizing this, putting this out to the community, when would we putting out a press release to announce that this process is beginning?
Communications regarding this process is our next stage. So communications is well-informed and been heavily involved in this process. A lot of work has already taken place on the back end to try and capture some of these elements of any process. So communications is prepared to send out a message tomorrow if there's any direction that the board would like relayed to the public. They are also prepared to open the process as early as this Friday, the 27th. Within that communication, they are ready to express if there is a deadline that the board determines, the statutory powers and duties, qualifications, term of the office, the process for submitting their letter of interest. Notice that interviews will be conducted by the board in public forum, and any other preferences the board would like communicated at that time.
Mr. Chair?
Supervisor Horstman.
I think that if we get from you all tomorrow or the next day, a changed calendar and a recommendation with regards to option number 3 and the communications for release, it seems to me we could be able to get it out on Friday, October 27th. I mean, part of the intent and purpose of this whole thing is to give additional time. So I don't want us to say, oh, we're going to move it out on that end, and then we don't get it out. I think we want to get this out as quickly as we can. I know we're putting a lot of responsibility on the staff, but if we can get an updated timeline on this and, just some direction on what that communication is going to look like via email before Friday, I think Friday sounds good to me. How about you all?
Vice Chair Begay.
I'm trying to think that even some of these dates can be running concurrently. There's something somewhere, something can be done, but I do agree with Vice Chair Horstman I'm looking at just kidding. But anyway, I'm just kidding. But anyway, I'm in agreement, I think, just giving a little bit more time and trying to stay as close as all the way down to on the calendar. As I think that would be good.
Yeah, I would also agree. I think that that we should send out a press release, check it tomorrow and have it ready to go out Thursday. So it's actually published Friday, sooner even better. I think the more information we give to the public and the more time that we give to the public to get candidates, the better. And then we'll see what we have on what is our new deadline, November 13th,
It
Monday
would be the 13th at 8 a.m.,
at 8 a.m.
which gives the entire weekend. And then we would, as Lindsay indicated, we would be doing the work of the 13th in terms of screening, et cetera, and then tee everything up for discussion on the 21st.
Okay.
Those items that we had originally listed for the 14th would slide to the 21st.
Supervisor Horseman.
And can you make a recommendation then for the questions so that we have an opportunity to sit down, talk about questions and
And
get
that would
those
happen on the
finalized?
21st.
Dynamite.
And kind of, I know one of the questions that I did was on COVID, so that wouldn't be as relevant, but I think go back and look at some of those questions. I think there'll be some good ones to use.
We'll provide the questions that we did utilize for the District 2 process. And then, of course, whatever changes and updates you want to make to those questions.
Yes, they have. So, all right, thank you. Do you want to continue or are we?
Thank you, Chair. We have more to present, a lot of information to share. I want to highlight, this is page 10 of the PowerPoint. And I want to make special note that there are significant edits to this first bullet. So based off of historic submission processes, letters of interest were forwarded to an individual within the office. What we have actually done is we have created an online form submittal process. It is an online website for the District 3 vacancy, which we will demo and showcase after this presentation so that you have an opportunity to provide your feedback and review of that web page. Some of the benefits to offering an online submittal process is every candidate is asked the same questions. You can compare apples to apples. If you strictly get a letter, you're comparing unlike information across a number of candidates. So we have created an online form as well as minimum qualification guidance. So the questions asked do satisfy the minimum qualifications. And we've also placed a placeholder for board preferred qualifications if you wish to include those in the process. So after the online submission process and the submission is closed, we are no longer accepting letters of interest. We will disable that website. You can no longer submit after the deadline. At that time, the entire list would be forwarded to the recorder's office for verification. The verification would be for the 3 minimum requirements, currently residing in the District 3 boundaries, registered as a Democrat, and registered to vote in that precinct. So that would be the process for submitting letters of interest.
So if just recommended previously, I know it was kind of implicit that you had to be registered to vote Democratic. I think that'd be important to share because when I read it here, it read different than earlier or the way it was presented earlier. And this way, I think we'll avoid a couple of confusion because maybe some folks don't make that explicit connection that you have to be registered to vote as a Democrat now, not historically, not previously, but right now. And so I think that would be important to include in that information to the public. Supervisor Horseman.
And obviously, since these are the requirements and they need to be within District 3 and they need to be Democrats, it seems to me that there should be the package should go with all this information and the press release directly to the chair of the Democratic Party.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Horstman. We will make note that dissemination inside the communication plan would include the Democratic Party. Moving forward, any other questions on the process for submittal and review of verification of minimum qualifications?
No, please continue.
Apologies. So this is a living, working document today. The header is November 14th. This was where we started with the projected timeline. This would now be November 21st based off the information you shared thus far. But in the public meeting, the board would discuss the statements of interest received, and the board would determine if they would interview all of the people who submitted letters of interest, or if they would limit the number of candidates that they would interview.
Chair, and I see,
Supervisor Horstman.
as we said before, this would also be scheduled as an executive session.
Yes.
And also on this time would be a scheduled slot, possibly during executive session, to discuss what the interview questions may be. Moving forward.
Corey? Mr.
Thank you.
Chair, one. quick
Yes,
note. Apologize if I missed this, but I believe we want to definitely acknowledge that the recorder will be checking the voter registration and the primary address. Sorry if I missed.
not a problem. Thank you. We did talk about it, but it is always good to reiterate that because it is part of that transparency process. Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing on with the header November 14th, please change to November 21st respectively. We're going to continue with the board may determine if they want to open the meeting up for verbal public comment. So at any meeting, you can provide opportunity for public comment, but we just wanted to note that. The board may also determine if they want to conduct interviews, and correction here, it should be November 30th and December 1st, in person, virtually, or hybrid. So November 30th, December 1st, if interviews should be conducted in person, virtually, or hybrid.
Chair, can we stop and talk about that?
Sure. Supervisor Horstman.
First of all, when we did this again before, we did not open up the meeting for verbal public comment because quite frankly, it was our decision to make. And so we did not do that. And I would again recommend we not. I just don't think that's really necessary, appropriate. And in terms of the interviews, one of the decisions that we made, and we don't have to stick with this, but one of the prior, the prior board made is that we wanted this to be an open, transparent. And so we did have and conducted the interviews in open public meeting. And I would recommend we do that as well. We still noticed it as executive session so that we, the board, had the authority to go into executive session for deliberation, but the interviews themselves were all an open meeting. I think it worked very well. I got a lot of very positive comments from members of the community and also from the party itself when we did it that way. So that's my thoughts, but I'd like to hear what you both think about that.
Vice Chair Begay.
Yeah, when we did, when we got the applications and we, as far as the verbal public comment, we felt that as a board that it's just going to take a longer time, more than the hour that was given to the applicants for one, and then also so that's why we did that. And then we also wanted to be transparent, yes, and we wanted to have it in an open meeting. And so that everybody gets to hear if they want to listen in, from the outside and see what the credentials are or whatever, then we allowed that opportunity. So that's where the control was as far as, getting the interviews done.
Thank you. So as far as public comment during the process, I agree. I do not think that there should be public comment during that process. However, I do believe that written comment is valid and should be included, and there should be in the portal some way to get letters of support from community members or organizations for certain candidates. Because I do believe that we should be hearing that voice, but I agree, while we're actually having the deliberations and we're discussing candidates, it's not appropriate to have public comment at that time. So I would ask that the written comment be that public comment, whether that be emails or on behalf of individuals or organizations. Supervisor Horstman.
And I think that's what we did actually before, is we did receive written comments. And, again, I think was probably an appropriate thing to do. I agree with you.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments from board members or staff? Okay, please continue.
Excellent. I do want to focus again that the header on this is the November 21st board meeting continued. Part of that will include communications. A press release may go out with who the board decides to interview. We are prepared to stand up a public comment portal on that date based off of who the board decides to interview. So the press release going out would include any of the messaging and information the board chooses to share as far as how the process is moving along, which candidates would be interviewed, and when those interviews would occur. But it would also be able to provide an opportunity to explain how you may submit public comment and the ways that you would allow that to be done.
And I'd just like to add on that, I'm in favor of in-person meetings, but with hybrid abilities for the public if they can't be here in person. Supervisor Horstman.
For the candidates, yeah,
candidates,
I would
yes.
agree. Yeah, the candidates should be here in person. And I hope that the board will also be here in person as well. And I think it's extremely important for board members that we need to be at all of the interviews. We can't just show up at one of the interviews or show up 30 minutes late for an interview. We've got to be there from the very beginning to the very end. It's not fair for the candidates. And quite frankly, really calls into question the equity of it if we are not there and present for the whole process and also in person.
Yes, thank you. I agree and look forward to fulfilling this process.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Supervisors. Moving forward is the actual interview. Please note the header lists November 29th and 30th. This should reflect November 30th and December 1st, Thursday and Friday. At this time, interviews would be conducted of the candidates in public forum. Comments from the online portal would be provided to each of the board members in a packet forum. Those would be bundled and provided to Lindsay for dissemination. The board may determine to keep this public comment portal open for the duration of this process, and we would be happy to submit an additional report of public comments before the final selection is made.
Supervisor Horstman.
And we did that as well. We kept it open through the whole process. And I'd recommend we do that again.
I do as well. Thank you.
So moving forward with the December 5th or alternate date if necessary, the board may conduct final interviews of the top candidates if needed in public session or executive session, or the board may review additional comments that have come in through the online portal. But the board may discuss the outcomes of the interviews and make any finding of who their top candidate is at approximately this date.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
All right. Additional items to consider. There's also a lot of housekeeping going on, and we want to make sure that Supervisor Ryan receives his full cleaning deposit back. So we want to recognize Supervisor Ryan for all of his years of service, but we also know that there are logistic needs for a new board member joining your dais. So we want to make sure that office space transition for that supervisor, as well as a new supervisor swearing in ceremony, may all be arranged after that December selection of a top candidate, we can make those accommodations and schedule accordingly to take place after the first official board meeting in January.
Questions, Supervisor Horstman?
It's really funny. I was thinking about this last night about 3 o'clock in the morning. And that is, I could not remember all of the committee assignments that Matt has. But that's probably something we should, as a board, talk about in January when we're looking at, our committee assignments as well. So.
If I could call on government affairs, government relations.
And I don't think we necessarily need to know that now. You're welcome to do that if you'd like, Gregory, but it's really something we should probably look at though in January.
Yeah, Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Horstman, I've already had that conversation with Lindsay about bringing the LPC rep forward in December because CSA needs to have that decided heading into January, but then coming back in January to review those committee assignments.
That would be fine. Thank you.
Yeah,
Supervisor Horstman?
I've been the alternate in that, and I'll be glad to continue to be the alternate through December. And if you want me to continue to be LPC in January, I'll do it. But certainly as the alternate, I can fill in until we make those decisions in January.
Well, I definitely agree that we need to have those conversations between now and January. So it'd be nice to know what assignments we're going to take on. And quite frankly, this new supervisor, what assignments they'll be able to take on as they transition in, not right away, but within a few months. So, okay, thank you.
Chair
Yes,
Vasquez.
sure.
Just to know, we will be reaching out to schedule meetings with each board member to review those assignments and discuss where your interests are heading into those conversations in January.
Sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So moving forward, we understand that this is a major commitment of the board. Both their time, schedules, and participation in this process are critical. But at this time, I would like to reiterate some of the requests as we've heard them, and then ask if you have any other concerns, questions, or preferences that you would like to relay to our staff. So the first being, we discussed the 4 options. At this time, is there any preference on those 4 options? And if you'd like, I'd be happy to repeat them.
I think we gave it to you, but at 3.
3 and possibly a combination of 3 and 4, depending on how many candidates we actually have.
Thank you. And then the other option is if there's any discussion of preferred qualifications that the board may have of us to include in communications to the public. Correct.
So in other words, and for example, you're asking if one of the preferences would be that this person is interested in continuing beyond the appointment. Supervisor Horstman.
And of course, I would like to see that, but here's the problem with that. And that is that we are under the current district and it changes for the election. So I'm not sure we can do it because that would really limit those that could apply. And I don't want to see us limit who can apply.
Vice Chair Begay.
Chair, I think we just need to deal with the 1 year because it's going to change the following year. So let's just focus on the 1 year.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the feedback. Just asking the questions so that we have clarity on where we're at.
There is more.
Okay.
So as promised, we wanted to provide you a demonstration of the website that's been developed by the team and walk you through what the application form and process would look like as a potential candidate. So we would ask that Nate Wren be promoted to be able to share his screen, and he will walk us through the website. And we also want to acknowledge that Nate was instrumental in creating the interactive mapping system that residents will be able to utilize to confirm their current District 3 residency. So Nate, if we can zoom in just a little bit. All All right, Nate, if we can zoom in just a little bit on the District 3 vacancy side. So the font is a little larger. And please note, Nate is available if you have any questions related to the interactive mapping system.
And I'm assuming this is the same interacting system that we are using right now for our districts when people are trying to sign online, or is this a new one? I
Chair-
know it's the old district, but is it the same process as is being used right now for online signatures?
Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Horseman, no, this is unique to the District 3 vacancy process only. And I will actually show you how it explains the District 3 current and future mapping. So it is completely different than what is on the other GIS websites. So real quick, to go through what the page looks like, there's a brief introduction on the District 3 vacancy, explaining that the vacancy is occurring due to a retirement of the current supervisor. The next item is a general duties of a county supervisor, which gives applicants a general overview of some of the duties and responsibilities you hold as county supervisors, with a reference to the statutory powers and duties. The next item is the salary established by statute for the current appointment. Next are the minimum qualifications for appointment. They include: you must be a registered voter in the state of Arizona, must be a resident with, or must be registered with the Democratic Party pursuant to that statute, must reside within the current District 3 boundaries. Those are the minimum qualifications. The next portion, we have a preferred qualifications placeholder. If there are no preferred qualifications that you would like to relay to the public, we may delete that section. The next portion covers, my apologies, I believe County Attorney Heather Mosier has a comment.
Thank you, Corey. I just wanted to add, if I may, Chair Vasquez, the requirement for anybody who's listening, the requirement that the candidate be registered with the Democratic Party. I know we've given them the site statute, but that is based on the fact under that statute that is what Supervisor Ryan was registered as when he was elected. And in his case, he is still registered that way. But that is what that statute defines. Whoever the board appoints must be of the same party as the person who is leaving.
I would recommend that you add some of that language to this so that that's understood, and the thought it isn't that, oh, it's just an appointment for Democrats because they said so, but because it was the party that Supervisor Ryan was. So I would recommend you include that language.
Thank you, Chair. We'll make those adjustments ASAP. Moving forward, we have the interactive District 3 address finder. So again, kudos to Nate for creating this system just for the purposes of identifying District 3 boundaries, current and future. So we're going to provide you with two examples of how this may look for an interested party. We're going to start with an address of 360 Comanche. So Nate is entering this address. As you click on it, it'll show up. It'll take you directly to that address, but please make note of the message that you receive for that address. The address currently resides in District 3. In January of 2025, this address will remain in District 3. So let's provide an additional example. We're going to enter an address of 3273 South Loop Drive. I want to make note that this is not Loop Road. This is Loop Drive. So this message displays this address currently resides in District 3. In January of 2025, this address will be in District 4. So with the change in district as of January 2025, this resident would not be eligible to run for a vacancy or run for candidacy in 25, but is currently eligible to be appointed. Any questions over the examples or the interactive mapping system?
No, I like it, and I appreciate that it has the current map and the future map, and that it states that, because, you know, there might be folks that are interested but find that they will be changing districts. And so it's important that they know that up front before they make.
So just so everyone's aware, the dark green shaded area is your current District 3 boundaries. The hashed boundaries are the future district. So thank you, Nate. Perfect. That's the legend on the top right corners to describe that. So moving forward, we're going to go into the District 3 application form. So on this form, we have included a name, a residential address, which is a minimum requirement to be confirmed in District 3. The length of residency in District 3. This may be a qualification or a preferred qualification of the board. Telephone number, mailing address, occupation, affirming voter registration. This is a requirement under the minimum requirements. And then which party? This position must be registered as a Democrat per statute. Next, we have an education and hobbies section, which include highlighting the highest level of education completed, any awards, accolades, or certificates earned, hobbies, and specific interests. You may find outdoors and bicycling is a preferred hobby. The next section we have are the organization membership information. This is an area where the applicant may enter current or past board committee involvement, an explanation of past organization membership, and positions held. This next section we want to highlight for the public comment portion. We've provided a short form entry to submit a 1 to 2 paragraph biographical statement of who you are. This information would be utilized in the public comment portal and may be accompanied by a photograph, which is optional for the candidate to submit. The board would determine who may be interviewed, and we would have the biographical statement and optional photo to post on the public comment portal. The next section is the uploading of a photograph for that purpose. And then to note, uploading the letter of interest and resume as one item or one file. So this is where they would draft their individual letter of interest and attach any other relevant documents they wish to share with the board.
I guess that's where my question is that where, for example, like if they actively went out and found community letters of support, would they upload that in with their letter of interest and resume? Or I see that there's a public comment period. You keep talking about a portal. Does that mean there'll be a space where people can upload letters of support or email in or make comments to like a blog page that has the different candidates? Like, what's that going to look like?
So our intention is to activate the online submission platform as soon as the board gives direction to open the solicitation. On the time that the deadline occurs, so if that's at 8 a.m. on the 13th, we would disable this site. Once the board determines who will be interviewed, we will immediately stand up a public comment page. That public comment page would have the information on all of the candidates that you are entertaining interviewing. So if we have 100 candidates and you want to have them all on that page, we will put them all on that page. If you narrow it down to 5 candidates, we would place only those 5 on that page for public comment. That would be your discretion.
In some ways, we're talking about two separate things. Is the candidate want to include letters of support in their application and upload it? And then once they make it to that final round, the public comment on the page that's built. Yes, County Manager.
Well, I was going to ask, in terms of how the District 2 process was handled, and did we address this then? And we want to get your feedback on that as we build the public portal. We can construct it based on your input on that.
Well, if I could just say on my end, I would like to see something for the candidate to be able to upload any of those letters of support that they bring forth from the get-go, because what if they don't put those letters up and they don't make it past the first screening, whereas maybe some of those letters of support catch our interest and get them past that screening because of who in the community is endorsing or wanting to support their candidacy.
So if
I agree with you.
If I could real quickly confer with Corey to Stephen, we can build in another upload file and tag it as letters of support, et cetera. Okay, so
Yes, I think that's important to
Okay.
include that.
So again, we'll build another upload file for letters of support and accompanying documentation. And we did that for the District 2. Okay.
Okay. Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, I'm thinking the public comment could be another part of this. Not probably within this here, maybe on the side after the alongside, and then just make sure that is for the right person that is applying. So that way we're not making this too thick and trying to get. And we have the information on the site already too. So, and not everybody's going to submit their letters to this individual by the deadline too. They might be, so we're just going to kind of maybe hold them up. So probably just separate, and I support.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, please continue.
Excellent. The last section in here is going to be the authentication process. This is where applicants are required to affirm the information provided is true and correct prior to submitting. In addition, applicants are also advised that by submitting the form, they consent to the information being part of the public record.
Yes, Supervisor Horstman.
So I know this has come up in the past. You're going to understand this. And that is a consent for us to be able to do a background check, and that they consent to the background check. Because if we decide to do that and we try to look at other employers or people they may have worked with in the past, a lot of employers will not talk to you about their employee and without that. So we do need to get that, and that's something legal can probably provide us. And when they apply, they understand they're giving full consent for complete release of information.
Excellent.
Yes, I agree. Please continue.
All right. With that, that is the end of the demonstration. I would ask, do you have any questions of Nate on the interactive mapping? Any questions from Communications Senior Manager Stephen to go over the form itself? Or any other questions of staff that we may be able to answer related to what we've presented today?
No, the one thing I would say is in the press packet that goes out, mention something in there about the portal or the letters of support or whatnot. So that way it's kind of known and they don't have to hunt for it, or, kind of prompt them a little bit. See what we get. I mean, what we want are the most well-rounded candidates, but we want to give folks the opportunity to present themselves and prepare for that. And I guess that's the advantage of the process that we're taking, is that we are giving that time to do that. And so I I would like it to, that it's kind of stated, and so people have that opportunity.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
No, other than just thank you. I know this is, you had to do a lot of work in a short period of time. And so I want to thank everybody involved for the whole process of getting this together. And we appreciate you taking some of our directions and making some of these last minute changes, but it looks pretty good to me.
Vice Chair Begay?
Chair, I concur with everything that, my colleague has stressed, here. Making sure that, a new template or a new revised one be given to the board, ASAP, so that we can go ahead and probably look at it individually so that we can make our comment.
County Manager Peru?
Again, just to make sure we're on the same track, we will be then compiling a press release to issue tomorrow to provide highlights of the discussion tonight. We will then be issuing the press release on the 27th to advise the public that the portal is open. And we're going live on the 27th.
Well, Friday, we go
Friday,
live.
the 27th, and then coming back to our deadline date would be the November 13th. That's a Monday at 8 a.m. So again, those are the important dates at this point in time.
And we're giving the candidates 2 weeks and 3 days, roughly. Okay.
And Chair, if I may phone a friend, Deputy County Manager Sue Brown has multiple schedules. Is there one?
Wow, we picked the one that you didn't have planned for.
Thank you. You did stump us. Congratulations.
Well, I'm glad we were able to make that scheduling arrangement. We look forward to having the updated calendar for it, but it looks good, and I think we're ready to move forward and go live on Friday.
Excellent. We will make the recommended changes to the website and include a link to each of you to review. But we are prepared for the website to go live on Friday, and the communications would include detailed instructions that you have outlined, as well as all of the information that we previously discussed on the October 27th press release item.
Okay, so my only question before we close out tonight is, do we need to take any action right now, or do you have the direction you need and we can adjourn the meeting?
I feel we have the direction provided to from the board to us.
All right, well, thank you. Great job. It's a lot of work. It's going to be a quick show, 1 month and a half to go through this, but I think we're ready and we have a plan. So I look forward to going through and implementing it. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may, Diamondbacks are up 3-2.
All right. All right, this meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone.